over arguably, historically, the worst program in the Power 5 history and turn them into a title contender really overnight. I mean, if IU can do it in 12 months, what's your favorite team's excuse? Because the excuse of, well, not everyone can be like Indiana, that just doesn't carry the same reality that, well, not everyone can become Ohio State or Georgia. That holds more weight to a fan base full of expectations.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading invites you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash on select new Mazdas or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Citigroup says it expects to post an after-tax loss of more than $1 billion from the sale of AO Citibank. That's the firm that conducts its remaining business in Russia. Citi says the board has approved a plan to sell the operation and a deal to hand over control to Russian investment firm Renaissance Capital. The deal, expected to be complete early in the new year, will complete Citi's wind down of all Russian operations, first announced in August 2022. With 2 more trading days to go for Wall Street, traders will hope for a return to more typical form, meaning gains as part of the so-called Santa Claus rally following Monday losses. Precious metals also typically post a strong end-of-year rally into the new year. But this year-end rally may be over. Gold prices slumped 5% yesterday, silver 11%, as traders booked big profits following a powerful rally that sent both metals to record highs last week. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? Riverwinds Restaurant in West Deptford has you covered. From weddings and anniversaries to corporate banquets and holiday parties, their stunning riverfront views, elegant event rooms, and award-winning cuisine make every occasion unforgettable. And the team at Riverwinds takes care of every detail so you can relax and celebrate. Large or small, formal or casual, there's no better backdrop than Riverwinds. Book your banquet today at 856-579-7900.
Looking for something new? Try fencing, the Olympic and Paralympic sport that mixes speed, strategy, and fun. It's like chess meets cardio. Quick feet, quick decisions, and a satisfying beat when you score a point. Kids, teens, and adults can start anytime. No experience needed, and many clubs have loaner gear. Coaches teach fundamentals and safety from day one. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
I believe in you. Just 4 simple words, but to a child in need, they mean the world. I believe in you means you have potential. You are special. You matter. When you become a child sponsor with Save the Children, you're saying, I believe in you. You are smart. You're capable. You will overcome obstacles that most can't imagine. Your sponsorship says to a child, I believe that you deserve a successful start to life and a solid foundation to build upon. I believe you're worthy of good nutrition, quality healthcare, and the opportunity that education unlocks. Becoming a Save the Children sponsor sends a powerful message of support. It says, I am here for you, to lift you up, to cheer you on, and to celebrate your success. Because when you believe in a child, you empower them to believe in themselves. I believe in you. Just 4 simple words that can bring hope, that can change a life. Visit sponsor.savethechildren.org today and tell a child in need, I believe in you.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we have liftoff on this 30th day of December, Tuesday, December 30th, 6 a.m. Eastern Time on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for you this morning up until 10 o'clock. We're filling in for Kayal and Company as we round out this, what has been a very eventful, it feels like it's gone by in a flash, 2025. I feel like just yesterday, it was Inauguration Day. And we were getting rid of Joe Biden and getting ready to get Donald Trump sworn in and all of those good things. And now we are rounding out the year 2025. And we're doing it on the nation's greatest radio station, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And it can't really be disputed. They're like, oh, well, what do you mean the greatest? It's the greatest. Everybody knows that it's the greatest. There's no radio station that does a better job than Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Even though they're in Philadelphia, which is, there are some people who call it a nasty city, but we'll give it a pass. You know, I do very well there. I get along well with a lot of people, even though they boo. You know, they boo like nobody's ever seen, but they booed Santa too, who I get along very well with. We're going to talk about the Somali fraud scandal, which has continued to explode. And It is not something that it's not something that's necessarily new. You know, I saw a lot of people, and this is unfortunately what happens in the online internet content world, where you see a youngster like Nick Shirley, 23 years old. You know, he posts a video that essentially blows the lid off of what was already a scandal, right, in Minnesota. There were a lot of people who were talking about different versions of fraud that the Somali community was engaged in or allegedly engaged. Now, you know, there are so many different elements of this. There's the autism research charities and foundations that weren't doing anything to research or treat autism. There's the whole Feeding Our Future network, right, where nobody was fed. And now there's this daycare fraud. And there have been reports from so many talented reporters, journalists, writers, activists in Minnesota. Dustin Groggy is one of them. He has been phenomenal out there in Minnesota. But this happens all the time, and I don't like it, but you start to see, after something goes really big and viral, you start to see people, well, you know, it's not new. You know, people is essentially trying to minimize the work of Nick Shirley and the gentleman who was in his video who did a lot of that research. We don't need any of that. But the truth is, this isn't necessarily like a new story in that it's the first time anybody's heard of fraud coming out of the state of Minnesota. But this is the big expose, the big explosion onto the scene that the country needed in order to better understand what's going on in Minnesota, right? So this scandal, this Somali fraud scandal, whether it's from the reporting a couple of weeks ago with the Autism Foundations or the Feeding Our Future Network, or as Dustin Groggy, Grage is the last name, Dustin Groggy uncovered a voter fraud ring about a week and a half ago to this daycare fraud, right? So there's all sorts of different fraud schemes that are going on in Minnesota. This is not going away. And the year, I want you to think about it, the year 2025 began with Doge, right? There was a lot of hype around Doge, waste, fraud, and abuse, right? Big balls, right? Remember him? Edward Korestein, they doxed him and all those things. And it was a very popular messaging item for the GOP. Combating waste, combating fraud, combating abuse. Okay, and it's this simple to understand why that was a popular messaging item and platform item at the beginning of the year. Because we, the American taxpayers, okay, whether it's me, whether it's you listening on the other side of a radio, on the other side of a screen on YouTube, on the other side of your phone, on the Odyssey or iHeartRadio app, if you pay taxpayers, you want to see the money that is siphoned out of your pocket, allocated out of your pay, that automatically goes to the federal government to fund whatever it is they want to fund. We want to see that money spent responsibly. It's really that simple, right? It's really that simple. We've all had a friend, or maybe if you're a parent, you've done this for your children, right? Who would like, can you help me out? Can you spot me for dinner? Things are kind of tight right now. Maybe you give your kid an allowance, right? Or something along those lines. And you watch as the money you give to somebody else, you watch how that's being spent. I can tell you that if I had a friend of mine who was in a bad way, and I was helping him or her out, and let's say I was giving him $100 a week, right? Let's just say I was giving him or her $100 a week. And after a couple of weeks, the first week I give him $100, give her $100, and she goes, she buys food. He goes, he buys food. They go out, they get some, drinks and some, they use it to pay off maybe a little bit of rent, maybe use it to pay the bills a little bit. But then after a couple of weeks, I start noticing, the momentum, the forward momentum of getting their feet underneath them is starting to slow. I start noticing, a bit of complacency, right? A little bit of comfortability, like, oh, okay, I'm going to get $100 a week from Sean, so I don't have to work as hard. Or maybe the $100 a week, maybe I'm taking a portion of it, I'm saving it, and I'm using it to buy alcohol, I'm using it to buy drugs. The bottom line is, if I see that the money that I'm giving somebody that I'm using to try and help them is going towards things that aren't helping them, I'm going to stop paying. I'm going to essentially audit that person. Say, hey, I give you $100 a week, right? It's $400 a month. Okay, that's most Americans' cable bill. Think about that. If you're paying $400 a month for cable, you're paying a little too much. But that's my prior line of work when I used to sell DirecTV. But the bottom line is, you see your money going to somebody who's not spending it responsibly. That's why we just did that whole weave. It's the weave. It's called the weave. You have to be very smart to do the weave. You have to be very smart to do. You have to be a genius. A lot of people say you have to be a genius. They say, sir, you weaved all the way out. You went all the way into a cornfield. And we love our cornfields. We love our farmers. They're great people. But we bring it all the way back. The point of the matter is, the beginning of the year, Americans overwhelmingly supported the work that was being done by Doge because they were watching their hard-earned money that is being siphoned out of their paychecks, siphoned out of their pockets, sent straight to the federal government, right? Essentially at the point of a gun. You can't choose, right? It's either you pay your taxes or you face fairly steep legal penalties, right? They were watching as their money was being spent on some of the most ridiculous things, right? Studying male pattern baldness in space. That's, by the way, that's not a joke. Not a joke, man. It's not a joke. Come on, man. It's the United States of America got it. Jack. Studying the romantic relationships between parrots. Also not a joke. Walking lizards drunk on a treadmill, also not a joke. Sending money to third world countries, through USAID, which we all know where all that went. That got laundered and all of this, right? So the point of the matter is, when you pay taxes and you give your money to the government, you should, as the taxpayer, as the funder, you should demand that money is spent responsibly. Just like if you were helping out your friend who was in a bad way and you found out that the money that you're giving your friend is going to drugs, it's not going to, building a little bit of a cushion and helping them pay off their, pay rent or pay a few bills or buy some food. They're using it to buy drugs, okay? They're wasting your money. You don't want your hard-earned money to be wasted. You don't want your hard-earned money to be wasted. And so that's why Doge was so popular at the beginning of 2025, because Americans were sitting there going, holy, what are we spending? Transgender story time in name country here? Trans surgeries and stuff going on in Peru or some of these third world countries, Latin American countries, African nations, European countries nobody's ever heard of before. We don't want to see our money wasted. We work too hard for that. How many of you listening think, just say this. I say this. Just look yourself in the mirror, look at the screen, look at your phone, you're driving to work, whatever it might be. Just say this to yourselves. Just say this to yourselves. I work too hard for my money to be wasted by the government. Just say that. Take this moment. Don't close your eyes if you're driving. But if you're watching on YouTube, if you're sitting at home, maybe you're off from work, coming out of your eggnog brain fog, okay, just say that to yourself right now. A little moment of reflection. I work too hard for my money to be wasted by the government. And so the beginning of the year, you had Doge and a lot of the fraud that was uncovered. And Americans had their minds blown by by some of the pet projects of the government that Elon Musk and his team basically said, look, what are we doing here? Fast forward to the end now of 2025, and we're talking about fraud again. Because once again, as we all just went through this exercise about 30 seconds ago, we work too hard for our money to be wasted by the government. We work too hard. You have the Somali community in Minnesota. You have the Somali community in Ohio. You have the Somali community in Maine. And this is not just about Somalis. This is about any and all fraud. However, do you kind of see a trend? Do you kind of see a trend? And I'm not saying that Somalis are the only ones who commit fraud, by the way. I know plenty of white people, that commit fraud too. There's plenty of it. But there's a trend developing here that is undeniable. And it's not just about one race or one group of people from one specific country. It's about these folks that are coming into the U.S. from third world nations that are doing so without the capability to provide for themselves. We had Esty last week, and she spoke about how her family came into the United States, escaped the United States, the USSR, started off with nothing, got the hand up, not the hand out, got the hand up, built something, got off of those programs, built a foundation, and now, they're here in the United States and no longer living off the government dole, right? No longer living off of those handouts. That's the way it's supposed to be done. Unfortunately, what is taking place in places like Minnesota, in places like Columbus, Ohio, in places like Maine, and I'm sure it's happening in New York. I'm sure it's happening in California. I mean, look at New York for a minute. You had illegal aliens came into this country illegally. We talked about the fact that even if it's the first time you've ever done it, it's still a misdemeanor crime, still a criminal offense to enter this country illegally. In New York for years under Biden, the last 4 years, free food, free housing, free healthcare, free transportation, free phones, free money. That is not why we work our asses off every single day, 52 weeks out of the year. We don't work that hard for our money to be thrown at people who are not supposed to be in this country. We don't work that hard every single day for our money to fund what looks like fairly cushy lifestyles for some of these Somali refugees in Minnesota. I know when the majority of you who wake up in the morning, whatever day of the week it is, if it's a work day, you do not get in your car. You do not get up out of bed. You don't take a shower. You don't, wash your face off in the mirror. You don't sip that first morning cup of coffee saying, I'm going to work hard today so I can fund some Somali refugee in Minnesota. I'm going to work hard today so the money of my taxes can get thrown in the direction of illegal aliens. I work so hard today so that my taxpayer dollars that's going to come out of my paycheck and the money that I make today, that portion that gets siphoned away by the government, I work hard for the government to give that money to somebody else. That is not why. That is not your why. Everyone is this cliche that what is your why, your motivation? I don't know anybody's why. I don't know anybody whose quote unquote why is I'm working hard so some immigrant can come here and have a better life. And if you do that, then I mean, fine, whatever. I just don't think it's a very popular thing people do. That's all. And kudos to you for being a charitable person, a generous person. The fraud topic is a very interesting topic because you are going to see, and we are already seeing it, on the left, just like they did back at the beginning of the year, they're doing it again at the end of the year. They are defending, and they're defending the fraud, okay? They are attacking anybody who questions what's going on here. Oh, this is all about race. You're scapegoating a whole group of people. No. There's already been a few convictions, quite a few convictions, okay? And they're trying to act like, oh, it's not that big a deal. You know, come on, it's not that big a deal. No, it is that big a deal. Because we all know that if somebody who looks like me, somebody who wears a MAGA hat, somebody who is openly a conservative, on the right side of the political spectrum here in the United States, if I had a business that claimed to be a daycare, that was licensed for nearly 100 children, that was receiving millions of dollars a year from the taxpayer, that was not legitimate, not legitimately operating, and I was committing that fraud, we all know they would be squawking like roosters. Nobody's above the law, right? They would be going absolutely crazy trying to put somebody like me, somebody like you in jail for that. But because this is popular among a segment of folks in this country that vote for Democrats, they're going, oh, well, we have to protect them. No, you need to protect the American taxpayer. You need to protect the American people. You need to protect those of us who work too hard to have their money stolen and wasted by the government and given to people who don't deserve it. That's who you need to protect. In case you didn't know, your job is to do right by us, not do right by immigrants coming from a third world country. So the Somali fraud case absolutely exploded. Again, more information came out. This has been going on for at least over a decade now. We're finding out over a decade. We've got some old video there. Tim Walz claims he's done a lot to address it. Clearly, he hasn't done enough. He also made the implication yesterday that Nick Shirley is a white supremacist. That's not a surprise. A Minnesota state senator said that, could you believe this? It's amazing. Minnesota could not survive without the Somali community. Isn't that amazing? That's like saying, I really don't know how I'm going to get by today if I don't have, intestinal parasites. I have no idea how I'm going to make it. The United States took out the 30th drug boat in their Southern Spear operation. We've got a confession from the January 6th pipe bomb suspect. Trump and Netanyahu met yesterday. Hamas still has not disarmed. We've got so much this morning, and we're going to get to all of that. But before we do that, we got to jump for the first break. We'll be back in a short while, a little bit, and we'll start talking about the Somali fraud, how long it's been going on, with a wild video that you're not going to want to miss. It's back from, I believe, 2015. So get over to YouTube, youtube.com/1210. Sean Farish filling in for you this morning all the way till 10 o'clock in the morning on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
To prioritize, consider a not-to-do list. The concept of a not-to-do list, taking something out of your day that is not serving you, is credited to investor, author, and podcaster Tim Ferriss. Key rules include not checking email first thing in the morning, not taking random phone calls, not taking meetings without a clear agenda and an end time, and not confusing busy with being productive. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again, and that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.624 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in on 1210 WPHT for Kayal and Company. The biggest story in the country right now is the Somali fraud story. And listen, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but there seems to be new pieces of information coming out about this fraud that's been committed in Minnesota, and it's not just Minnesota. Yesterday we played a clip right here from a woman who discovered a bunch of fraud in Columbus, Ohio. And I'm sure it's not just limited to, listen, I'm sure there's fraud happening in all 50 states. So, there's no such thing as a perfect system. You're never going to be fraud proof, but we should be working as hard as possible to get as close to perfect as possible, right? I mean, I think that's not, I would say that's a fairly reasonable goal, right? To set a goal of perfection is an unrealistic goal. You're never going to be perfect. It's just not going to happen. A system composed of imperfect beings, human beings, is never going to operate in perfect fashion. It's just not. But you could always shoot to get as close to perfect as possible, right? That should be our goal. And it seems like a lot of those in government, that's not their goal. It seems like their goal is to just, get by. And if anybody asks any questions, just screw them, whatever. You're racist, you're this, you're that. Apparently this fraud in Minnesota, this daycare fraud, whatever, all these types of frauds that have come at the hands of the Somali community has been going on since at least 2015. My first question is, why has this been allowed to continue? And I think I can answer that question myself. You say, well, okay, it's been going on since 2015. Everyone knows about it. Fraud's illegal. It's a lot of money. Why has it been allowed to continue? Well, I want you to think about what is one of those things everybody has been afraid of since 2015 when you operate in the public eye. Okay? Especially, let's go back 10 years. Let's go back 10 years. What is the one thing, whether you're at work, whether you're a public figure, whether you're on social media, or you're just, someone who was just like me 10 years ago selling paint, right? And DirecTV. What is the one thing you did not want to be labeled 10 years ago? And you still don't want to be labeled that now. It just holds a lot less water because of the shenanigans of the last decade. Nobody wants to be called and wanted to be called, especially 10 years ago. Nobody wanted to be called a racist. Nobody wanted to be called a racist. You still don't want to be called a racist, right? I don't like being called a racist. I'd like to believe that I'm not racist. I like to look at not what somebody looks like, not where somebody is from, not the accent that somebody has, not the religion that somebody practices, not the culture or ethnicity, the norms, the customs of a person's ancestry or descent, whatever. I don't care. I don't really care about any of that. Matter of fact, I appreciate some cultural differences between cultures, races, ethnicities, etc. I think it's kind of cool to learn about other cultures and the customs that they have and all of these things, right? Now, I'm going to stop short of saying diversity is our strength because it hasn't been. But I think you go back to the Martin Luther King method, right? Content of character, not color of skin. The superficial things, your skin color, the melanin component of your skin, the language you speak, none of those things matter. Are you a good, a productive, and a decent person? That's all I care about. That's literally all I care about. Are you honest? Are you doing right by my country? Are you providing value to my country? Are you abiding by the law? That's it. What you do at home, who you're sleeping with, what foods you're eating, what language you're speaking, none of that matters to me as long as you are a good and productive member of my country. I don't really care. I don't. But nobody wanted to be called a racist, especially 10 years ago. That word had a lot of meaning. It was, it was like the Me Too era, right? Everyone's getting accused of sexual assault of women and all this. Nobody wanted to wind up in a Me Too scandal. Nobody wants to wind up in a racism scandal, especially 10 years ago. But I want you to think about the collateral damage the catastrophic damage that is caused. First of all, it essentially allowed anybody who was non-white to have an advantage, because if they were doing something, either illegal or unethical, or, maybe we don't know if it's illegal or unethical, but we want to ask the questions. The very first thing that those who would defend the accused would resort to is not why they're actually innocent of the crime, but they instead attack the accuser and say, well, the only reason you're accusing insert group here is because you don't like insert group here. No. I don't like law breaking. We work too hard for our money to be stolen, siphoned away by the government, and wasted. We work too hard. This has nothing to do about race. Unfortunately, because anybody who the left disagreed with was branded a racist, right? Unfortunately, the word racist, the accusation of racism, means a whole hell of a lot less than it used to. And that's a good thing, because a lot of the times it's nonsense. People who are looking into fraud in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Ohio, Maine, wherever it may be, aren't looking into fraud because they want brown people to go to jail. They just want their money handled and spent responsibly. It is that simple. This has nothing to do, at least from where I'm sitting, has nothing to do with ethnicity or race. Nothing. If it's a Somali fraud, daycare center, or if it's a white person doing it, or a Hispanic person doing it, or an Asian person doing it, or a Jewish person doing it, or a Buddhist, or a Hindu, or anybody, I don't care. If you are stealing money from me, I have an issue with you, period. It's really not hard to understand, guys. It's really not hard to understand. But you know who really is a victim here? There are real victims of racism out there. There are scumbags in the world that exist who are actually racist. And I don't mean, someone who makes a racist joke. I don't mean people I mean actual, racists that will commit violence against members of a different race because they don't like that race, that will actively discriminate against a different race because they don't like that race, okay? I mean real racism, not this soft online, oh, you use the racial slur. Well, the words are words. We did a whole thing last week about DK Metcalf. I mean real racism. But here's the problem. Nobody knows when you're telling the truth anymore when you accuse somebody of being a racist. Because there were so many accusations of racism where it wasn't warranted. It's the, boy who cried wolf. Oh, well, now there's actually racism. Oh, really? Because Jussie Smollett lied about it. Bubba Wallace lied about it. They made the same accusations about Donald Trump and his supporters, of racism. So how do we know when you say someone's a racist, how do we know you're telling the truth? Because you haven't been telling the truth for a large portion of the time when it comes to throwing that word around. So people did not want to be labeled a racist. They physically could not. They could not make a big deal out of the Somali fraud that's been going on for a decade in Minnesota, because if they did, as we just mentioned, they would get called a racist. They would say you're targeting these groups not because of the law breaking, but because they are brown people, because they are immigrants, right? And we've heard this, and we still hear this line of attack and line of defense from the left every single day. Jasmine Crockett not too long ago, brown people are not going to pick the cotton in the field anymore. We done picking cotton. She said that. Those are her words, not my words. But this has been going on since 2015, and the question that I had, written in my show notes was, why has it been allowed to continue? Because people were afraid, they were intimidated into silence, because if they spoke out, they would be labeled a racist. But now that word means next to nothing. You still don't want to be called a racist. But now it's like, oh, really? Racist now? Okay. Unfortunately, the real victims of this are actual victims of racism who aren't taken seriously because the word's been thrown around carelessly and recklessly. But I want to jump into this story here. This is an article on Red State. Somali daycare fraud has been ripping off taxpayers since at least 2015. The Justice Department is looking into these sham daycare centers in Minneapolis. It's also important to step into the Wayback Machine. Think about it. The internet, all the way back. It lives forever. And remember that this has been going on since at least 2015. We've got a video from 2015 reportedly used in a prosecution. A fraud prosecution in 2018 shows parents dropping children off at one of these quote-unquote daycare centers and then leaving with them a few moments later. Let's roll this clip from 2015. If you can get over to YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. This is the fraud in action, and this video is 10 years old. Let's roll it.
In order for the scheme to work, the daycare centers need to sign up low-income families that qualify for child care assistance funding. These surveillance videos are from a case prosecuted by Hennepin County. They show parents checking their kids into a center only to leave with them a few minutes later. Sometimes no children would show up. But either way, the center would bill the state for a full day of child care. This video from that same case shows a man handing out envelopes of what are believed to be kickback payments to parents who are in on the fraud.
Where was the money going? I don't know exactly where it went, but...
So you have parents bringing their children to this quote-unquote daycare center, checking them in, right? So, okay, little Johnny showed up for daycare today, and little Jimmy showed up for daycare today, and Jessica showed up for daycare today, and apparently everybody's kids start with J, right? And Erica came, and, you know, and Stephanie showed up, and, oh, okay, here we go. But they left 5 minutes later. But the daycare center is billing the state of Minnesota for a full day of childcare. They're receiving all those taxpayer funds, and the parents are also getting, and again, I mean, allegedly, but these are prosecutions in 2018. The parents were now getting kickback. Here's a little bit of extra for bringing your child in and signing them in and being a part of this. You know, you contribute to this greater project of this fraud that we have here. Could you believe this? It's been going on since 2015. The owners of the daycare would bill the state for a full day of childcare and give the parents kickback payments for being in on it. Here's another one from 2018. Minnesota lawmakers are scheduling a hearing for Tuesday after the Fox 9 investigators exposed daycare fraud. In 2018, this is 7 years ago, could be costing taxpayers millions of dollars, and some of that money could be making its way to terrorists overseas. This is from 2018. Carry-on suitcases filled with as much as $1 million in cash are regularly leaving on flights from Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport to the Middle East. Last year alone, government agents determined that the money transfers amounted to over $100 million. They believe a sizable amount is coming from fraud in the state's Child Care Assistance Program, which offers government subsidies to low-income families. At least 10, once again, this is from 2018, at least 10 daycare centers are currently under active investigation for overbilling the state. Most of those centers are owned by Somali immigrants. Members of the community told Fox 9 that the fraud is widespread. It is believed some of the funds are being sent in the form of remittance payments to relatives in their homeland. Investigators also believe terrorist groups are demanding a cut of the money when it arrives overseas. Now, doesn't that line up with what we heard not too long ago, about a week and a half ago, that the autism charities and the Feeding Our Future charities in Minnesota taking in this money, sending money to Al-Shabaab? This is the exact same scandal. It's been going on for at least 6 years. I'm staring at it right now. May 14th, 2018. That was an excerpt from a local Fox 9 article written and published. It's still up. I'm looking at it right now in 2018. Here, you know what, actually? Because I'm good at doing things like this. If you're watching over on YouTube, youtube.com/1210, I'm going to share that screen with you. You see it? Senate calls for hearing after Fox 9 daycare. Look, I'm zooming in. May 14th, 2018. I'm not making any of this up. I'm not making any of it up. It's all real. And it's the same fraud that Nick Shirley, not to take anything away from him, but it's the same fraud that he uncovered and shone a spotlight on in his latest, his expose with the gentleman that he was with who did a lot of that research that garnered over 120 at this point million views. Part of the problem lies in the relocation of Somali refugees to all places Minnesota. Minnesota has for years been a state that boasted of its generous social welfare benefits. The state seems to have operated on a high trust basis when administering these programs, but then it took in a huge influx of people from a low trust society. Obviously, that came with huge implications. It is the social equivalent of a biological event. An invasive species like, cane toads in Australia. They enter an environment where they have no natural predators or other checks on their spread, causing all manner of problems. In this case, Minnesota accepted the United States' largest influx of immigrants from a culture that is essentially a zero-trust society. If Somalia was so great, if Somalia was such a wonderful place to live, if their society was so structured and trusting and honest, you probably wouldn't see so many refugees flocking to the United States, right? You would probably stay in Somalia. Those people quickly learned how to game the system in Minnesota and in the United States as a whole. The case of Fozia Ali, recently sworn in as a member of the park board on an upscale Twin Cities. This again from 2018. Suburb is illustrative. Ali's daycare center in South Minneapolis was suspected of billing the government for more than $1 million of bogus childcare services in 2018. According to Special Agent Craig Lisher, the FBI found records that she was collecting a significant amount of money for a much larger number of children that were actually attending the center. Hello? Sound familiar? Ali's case also had an international component. Quote, we are aware that some of the funds went overseas. What she was cashing out, money from the business, Lisher noted. He declined to specify the purpose to which the funds were put. Ali used a phone app to register charges to the Minnesota state government while she stayed at an $800 per night hotel in Nairobi. She pled guilty in March of 2018 to charges of wire fraud and is serving time in federal prison, but the scam goes well beyond Ali. Though the total loss to the state's $240 million daycare program remains to be determined, we've got a serious case of deceit, obviously, but the real damage, harder to measure, is likely to be the high trust values of Minnesota, where newcomers can dupe natives so easily. That's it. Think about it. That sounds exactly like what Nick Shirley and the gentleman in his video just uncovered and put up on X on the internet over the weekend. Same scheme. And we have to hear from what? From Tim Walz and so many people? Oh, we've been working to fight this? Really? You've known about it for 10 years? And it hasn't gotten better? It's only gotten worse? Again, the theme of the first portion of the morning, we all work too damn hard to have our money wasted and sent to fraudsters like this. We all work way too hard. And it doesn't matter whether you're right, left, up, down, purple, green, black, white, or anything in the middle. Everybody who pays taxes, especially in the state of Minnesota, everybody is a victim of this fraud. We will wrap up hour one with a little bit more information about this long-running fraud scheme in Minnesota on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right after this. Sean Farish filling in till 10 o'clock in the morning. 855-839-1210. Are you upset about this? Because you're a victim of it too. Give us a call. 855-839-1210. We're back after this.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investorday.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
.648 here on this Tuesday morning, December 30th, 2025. Sean Farish filling in here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, filling in for Kayal and Company up until 10 o'clock this morning. Number to call, 855-839-1210. Got a couple of calls waiting right now. Let's start off with Mike in Tel Aviv. What's up, Mike? You're on 1210 WPHT.
Hi there. Hi, no, I called before. The only thing I do listen to everybody, on the app. But anyway, what I'm calling you about, my son lives in Minneapolis, and I've been there, and you're talking about this fraud. Yeah, and the thing is, what you don't know, a lot of your callers don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, a police officer hired by the police force in Minneapolis, he was Somalian, from Somalia. He was trained. He responded to a prowler around some woman's house. Turns out she was visiting from Australia. He's sitting in his car. She approaches the cop car. She's blonde, okay? She doesn't look like a murderer. And what does he do? He shoots her in cold blood and kills her. And then, wow, I was right. This was in the news, major event. So, draw whatever conclusions you want, but anyway, he was convicted and he's in prison for, some kind of manslaughter. Yeah, so this philosophy that a lot of the Somalians have of, for life or for doing the right thing and fraud, it's not really part of the American culture, I think. That's what I want to say.
It's not compatible. It's not compatible. And thank you, Mike. I just found this story, by the way, on All Places NPR, but ex-Minneapolis police officer sentenced to 57 months in the killing of a 911 caller. Minneapolis police officer fatally shot an unarmed woman after she called 911 to report a possible rape happening behind her home, was sentenced Thursday to nearly 5 years in prison. Mohammed Noor was initially convicted of third-degree murder and manslaughter in the 2017 fatal shooting of Justine Ruchik Damond, a 40-year-old dual U.S.-Australian citizen and yoga teacher who was engaged to be married. So that's a tragedy. Thank you, Mike, for that and for your call. And stay safe out there in Tel Aviv, man. I know it's kind of scary, but stay safe out there. And thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Interesting. Again, there is. I had no idea about this. This is why I love, this is why I love taking these calls, because we get a lot of interesting perspectives. And Mike's, I think he said, son out there in Minneapolis, knew about this. I had no idea. 2017. This happened in 2017. And again, are these cultures compatible? Are these the folks that you want working in law enforcement? It's just one. I understand that they're not all doing this, but there is a cultural aspect to this as well. There's a cultural aspect to this as well. Mike, great call. All right, let's keep the calls rolling. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast. What's up, Greg?
Sean, how you doing? Happy New Year. So
thanks, Greg. You too.
You brought up. We'll get to some other things, but you brought up the racist thing. That to me is the number one reason why all of politics, not just Democrats, Republicans too, because they're just as guilty. We'll get back to that. Why Donald Trump, when they called him a racist, he stood right up and said, you know, the black community, minority community has been voting for Democrats for 50 and 60 years. Give me a chance. I'm no racist.
Right.
And he stood right up and he said it. And that was the point where they started to realize Donald Trump is for real, because no other politician would ever say that. He would never say, I know the system because I'm wealthy and I'm rich and I use the system. So it all goes hand in hand. He's not one of them. So when he threw that back in their face, the racism was not going to work. Now they started going to more white supremacists. Now not just white people, and now we can't get the politician. Let's get them all. What do you always hear? You still hear it now with the congressman down south that said that Donald Trump is bombing Nigeria because they're brown people. Not that they're savaging Christians, but which, to my knowledge, most of the Nigerians are black. So it makes no sense. He's fighting it. That's the number one cause while they hate Donald Trump. Secondarily, he's not one of them. He knows he's giving money to both sides. They know he's giving money to both sides, mostly Democratic. So he knows the game. Now he's the president after he was president for 4 years. So he knows the game more than ever. That's why they hate him. And the racism was the number one reason when he said he's not. So, and then in Minnesota, what's even more sickening than all the fraud is Republicans knew about it, Democrats knew about it. They're all getting a piece of it. If we think as our tax-paying people, as human beings with half a brain, don't think that both sides are benefiting this and getting a kickback, then I think everybody's just has their head in the sand.
Yeah, you may be right about that. You may be right about that, Greg. Thank you for the call and great points made. You know, you look at the accusations of racism, and that was a powerful tool that was used by the left, and Donald Trump essentially disarmed them and said, "I'm not racist." I loved his pitch to minority communities. You know, all three times that he ran, but the pitch was, "What do you have to lose?" Right? I mean, and this was something that I was saying a bunch in 2020. Right, with Black Lives Matter and all of this, and they were talking about systemic racism. This was actually one of my favorite things, and unfortunately, you know, because of algorithms, I didn't have a great platform back then. But you know, making this argument, it's a logical argument, right? Think of this, okay? If you're Black Lives Matter, if you're somebody who believes that systemic racism is alive and well in the United States, right? Systemic racism is alive and well. Okay, let's concede that point. Okay, yes, systemic racism. I will concede for the sake of the argument. I don't believe this, but although in some aspects I do believe this, systemic racism exists. Okay, let's say it. Before you get mad, let me talk you through this whole point. Okay, you saw protests in places like Seattle, New York City, Philadelphia, Detroit, Atlanta, Minneapolis, St. Paul. Okay, Milwaukee, these places. Okay. So you want to tell me and you want to protest in those areas about systemic racism, right? See where I'm getting at right now? In all of those cities, who runs the system and who has been for decades, if not centuries? So you want to talk about systemic racism, right? Okay, no problem. Tell me who's been running the system in those densely populated urban areas for, in many cases, 50 to 100 plus years. So if we want to acknowledge and we want to point out the existence of systemic racism, then we should be acknowledging and pointing out who's pulling the levers to make the system go. So if BLM and these social justice, racial justice activists really want to get to the bottom of and end systemic racism, maybe it's time to stop voting for the same people who've been running the system and promoting that systemic racism for, in some cases, over a century. Maybe it's time to look at that, okay? The term racist, it was used as a tool to scare people into being quiet and to force people to do things that they knew weren't necessarily the right things to do. And Donald Trump's pitch was, guys, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? You've been struggling. You've been dealing with high crime. You've been dealing with violence. You've been dealing with a higher cost of living in these minority communities, and it's been run by Democrats. You could either vote for more of the same, or you could try and change the outcome. What is the definition of insanity? It is repeating the same behaviors and expecting a different result. Easy example, I like to throw this out all the time. It's very easy for people to understand. If it is raining outside and you walk outside and you get wet because it's raining, you would be insane to believe that the next time it rains, you're going to walk outside without an umbrella, without anything on, and you're not going to get wet. It's the exact same behavior. You know that water's wet. You know that it's falling out of the sky. You know that if you walk in it, you're going to get wet. You can't walk out into the rain and say, I'm going to stay dry in this. I'm going to stay dry in the shower. I'm going to... Repeating the same behavior and expecting different results is insanity. It is insanity. And so, for the racial justice, social justice people, and many on the far left, these people, and we've said it for a while, are insane. They are insane. This yesterday, too, the 2024 autopsy report. Why aren't they releasing that? Because they cannot publish something to their base that lays the majority of the blame for 2024 on their radical base, on the radical left. There will be a revolt. There will be a revolt. You cannot tell communists that their policy proposals are unpopular. Then you become a racist or a misogynist or an Islamophobe or a homophobe or whatever phobe or ist they want to throw at you. You know, you live by identity politics and you live by the labels, you die by the labels. Rhetorically speaking, I'm not calling for violence. Two great calls there from Greg out in the Northeast and Mike out in Tel Aviv about this fraud. As we wrap up hour one, we will come back in hour two and talk about how Tim Walz says he's been working for years to address the Somali fraud schemes in Minnesota. But as one of my all-time favorites, Dan Bongino, says, quoting the movie Moneyball, if he's such a good hitter, how come he doesn't hit good? If he's working hard to fix it, why has he ignored it? We'll get that and more when we come back and fire up hour two on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in here on Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. Number to call, 855-839-1210. Get involved. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll be back right after this.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
7:03 as we kick off hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company here on this Tuesday morning, December 30th, rounding out the new year. We'll be back on again tomorrow with the great Matt Rooney tomorrow as we bring in the new year. That'll be a fun show, again, from 6 to 10. But before we get to tomorrow, before we get to anything else that I've got prepped for this morning, this is the way I operate. I love taking calls. I grew up listening to radio, grew up listening to sports radio a lot. Loved hearing from, different perspectives from different people. You call in at 855-839-1210. I want to hear from you. I want to get to you. I want to have these conversations. So let's start in Florida, Palm Coast, Florida, with Marjorie. What's going on, Marjorie?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I came to America in 1962. And the America that I came to has been uprooted. Barbara Jordan, the congresswoman from Texas, look her up. Her stand on immigration was, they that should come, and they that should leave. They should assimilate, they should learn the language, and they should be able to take care of themselves. And she said, if you are not careful, she argued with Ted Kennedy, if you're not careful, they are going to displace the American blacks that are already here.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on now is exactly what she was afraid of.
Yeah.
Where is Al Sharpton that's always telling you about reparations?
Good point.
Where is he? I haven't heard about him. I know Jesse Jackson is a little bit on the older side.
Sure.
But where are all these black activists that know what I'm talking about?
Good question. Good question.
Bill
Very
Clinton
good question.
always alludes to Barbara Jordan's stand on immigration. Where is he?
Yeah. Yeah, where is he? Good question. Yeah, I just looked this up. Barbara Jordan, former Texas Congresswoman. Yes. Barbara Jordan.
Yes.
She chaired
President
Clinton's.
And I did not have a vote. But
she chaired President Clinton's commission on immigration reform.
And she was talking about when they were trying to do something about immigration. Like I said,
right.
I came to America in 1962.
Well, we're happy to have you because it sounds
and
like...
I had to work my way, went to Cheney, and did all of this. Got a student visa and was able to work, but had to still go to school during the days because those were the rules. And if you didn't follow the rules, immigration would be in your face.
Let me ask you a question. How? This is an easy question, but let me ask you because it sounds like, and I've heard this story from so many folks who have come here from other countries, and followed the rules and done it the right way. How do you feel about what we just went through the last 4 years with the wide open border and people not following the rules? Right? Should they leave? Should they be deported?
Sir, of course. Let me say this to you. You you don't have the time. I am telling you, my immigration was on point. I knew someone that she told them that, well, you can't do this because I have a son. And immigration told her they would put that child in a foster home and send her home.
Wow.
Immigration, if you were here on a student visa and you were in violation of the rules were, you go to school, but it had to be day school. You couldn't just go to school when you feel like it.
Right. And it's being abused now.
You had to carry a full roster. You had to take care of yourself, and you could not be a public charge to the United States government.
And unfortunately, it has been flipped on its head.
In 1962, I had to go back to high school, but I couldn't go to Philadelphia Public School because that would have been a public charge. You know where I went to school to get my high school diploma? Brown Prep at 19th and Spruce, which is no longer there. Look it up. 19th and Spruce, there was a prep school there called Brown Prep. That's where I went because I had to pay tuition. I could not go to public school.
Wow. Well, I'm going to say this to you, Marjorie. Thank you for the call, and thank you for doing it the right way. And I'm happy to have someone like you in our country who did it the right way, who appreciates the opportunity given. And great insights, really great insights. And you could hear, and how many times have you heard this story from legal immigrants who came to the United States, disgusted with the immigrants that are coming here, and not all of them are doing this, but there is a large influx of them, especially over the last 4 years, that came here and did it the wrong way. And you heard how disgusted she was by it. By the way, former Texas Congresswoman Barbara Jordan was the chair of President Clinton's Commission on Immigration Reform in the 1990s, advocating for stricter enforcement. Again, Chair President Clinton's, Bill Clinton, Commission on Immigration Reform, advocating for stricter enforcement, ending chain migration, and reducing overall numbers by cutting low-skilled workers, arguing it served the national interest to prioritize skills, secure the border, and ensure immigrants assimilated to American civic culture. Sounds like a MAGA Republican. That was somebody who chaired a Democrat, Bill Clinton's Commission on Immigration Reform in the 1990s. That platform right there is a part of MAGA now. Skills, a secure border, and immigrants assimilating to American culture. That was once a Democrat platform item. Not anymore. That is racist now. That stance, that position of Congresswoman Barbara Jordan is now considered racist. Think about that. Think about that. 30 years ago, what was once common sense on the left is now considered racism. Wild. Let's go to Paul in Westchester. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, glad you're filling in. I'll see. Hopefully you have enough courage to have me on. But first, let me say, you guys always feed your audience red meat. I know that's what your job is to do, to keep your audience with red meat, because you rarely have any dissent from anyone else. And that's obvious. Just look at the percentage of the calls that you accept. So with that being said, now, if you were to go about immigration, your last, my train of thought is on immigration. If you go by Ellis Island and you do the times of Ellis Island, and the people who came in through Ellis Island, which was Irish, Italians, all Caucasians, in today's time, if you do the record and you look at the entry through Ellis Island, there would be the equivalent of 25 million people who came through Ellis Island without paperwork, because you do know the derogatory term was a WAP, that stands for without papers. So therefore, the Irish came through without papers. The whoever else, the Italians, what's your nationality? All your grandparents came through without papers, unvetted, and then they all came.
I don't. Well, let me just. I'm not going to hang up, but I just want to stop you right there. You just painted with an incredibly broad brush and said my family, who did come in through Ellis Island, did so without papers, and I'm going to tell you that that's not true. So you're wrong on that point. All of them did not come without papers. Some of them did, but all of them did not. So let's not, hold on, Paul. We'll have a conversation. I like dissent. I like having conversations. Okay. I'm not going to shout. We're not going to do wall of sound, but to say that all of them came through Ellis Island without papers, I think is a bit inaccurate. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Say majority. Let's say majority, because that is a fact. And therefore, they all came through with diseases. Think about Jack the Ripper, Gary Hynek. All these was Caucasians bringing diseases and killing and raping without no recourse. So then also, you talk about assimilate. You can't even go down Philadelphia without Chinatown. You got Italian market. But yet, when you have Somalia, it's a problem when it's black people. But
it's not a problem when it's black people. It's not a problem when it's black people. No, it's not. No, it's not. I have no problem with Chinatown. I have no problem with Little Italy. I come from New York. I grew up in New York. I grew up on Long Island.
So make it make sense. First you say assimilate. So which one is it? Assimilate.
No. There's a difference, Paul, between assimilating. There's a difference. Look, I have no problem with somebody who wants to celebrate their culture. I think it's great. I love Italian restaurants, Mexican restaurants, Chinese. I have no problem with that. When we say assimilate, we mean follow our laws. Okay? We mean follow our laws. When we say assimilate, there's countries overseas. And again, I don't care what color you are. It doesn't matter. Okay? When we say assimilate, we mean don't bring customs, third world customs, nasty things, marrying 9-year-olds, things like that are acceptable in some of these countries. Acceptable. Not acceptable here. That's what we mean by assimilate. Speak our language. Doesn't mean you can't speak Mandarin. Doesn't mean you can't speak Spanish. Doesn't mean you can't speak Indian. Doesn't mean you can't practice Hinduism or Buddhism or some other religion. It just means if you're coming to the United States of America, you're coming here for a reason, because where you're coming from did not meet your needs. So if you're going to come here, don't bring what you're running from here is the point. It's not about race though, Paul.
I never see how you not let me do all the talking, but you want to bombard me so then you can cut me off. But when that other lady was,
that's not what I'm doing. I'm answering your points. I'm answering it. You told me that I only care about brown people and that this is about brown people and not Italy and Chinatown, Paul.
So please let me finish my train of thought. You could have just said that without no ad-libbing. So again, once again.
What do you mean ad-libbing? I'm answering your question. If you don't like the answer, that's not my problem. Go ahead.
So now, again, what I'm saying. So if you think about this new immigration, there hasn't been no Caucasians. There's illegal Caucasians in this America. There's illegal Caucasians. So make it make sense. How is it that you're worried about? I'm not, and I don't condone no corruption, not at all. If they're doing corruption, get them, make them pay the fine. However, but then in the same token, in the same breath, you're sitting there pardoning billion, trillion dollar people who did fraud. Just like you said with the drugs, make it make sense. You're going after drugs, but then you're pardoning the $1 billion, but then they're giving them kickbacks. It's already been a expo on it that he's charging $2 and $3 million for pardons. But see what you guys do since you came here on the Mayflower. You surround you circle the wagon.
What do you mean, you guys? Wait. What do you mean, you guys? What do you mean when we say when you guys do that? What do you mean by that?
Let me answer it. The majority of the Caucasians, since you came on Mayflower, y'all learned how to circle the wagon. Y'all learned how to gentrify the wording, like woke, just like y'all gentrify neighborhoods. Y'all gentrify every word. Woke didn't turn out what that is, but y'all have the microphone, so y'all been.
What does woke mean, Paul? Paul, what does woke mean?
Woke mean, and now, not from a Caucasian, from a minority perspective, is woke means to know that you guys sitting here giving.
What do you mean? Wait, time out. So two things. Okay. First of all, I say, what is?
Guys. Let me be more descriptive when I say you guys.
What is you guys? I need you to answer two questions, and then I'm going to address your point. I like having this conversation. Honestly, it's respectful. This is good. Okay. Number one, what does when you say wait, Paul? When you say you guys, what do you mean by that? And what does woke mean? Go ahead.
Now, what I mean by you guys, I mean by 1210. The host, you got Don Giorgiano, you got what's his name? You got I'm so used to calling it the Archie Bonkers, the
Okay, so the implication is that the hosts of 1210 are racist. Okay, so that's what you mean by you guys, and we're all white.
See now how you put words in my mouth. I didn't say racist.
Well, you said Archie Bunker. Was Archie Bunker not a racist character on television?
No,
you said Archie Bunker.
What Archie Bunker was, he was a straight up bigot. And what I mean by
he was a bigot. Okay, so that's even worse. So you're basically saying that the hosts of this station are bigots, and that's what you mean by you guys.
Elaborate. Now, if you care to, I'll tell you why. Because what you do is you give this perspective, and you guys always feed the red meat to your audience, and you always let them call, and you always talk about brown, black people. You always say, oh, they always so insinuating about race. But every day y'all talk about black people. You don't talk about the Nazis that's in your group that's outright talking about.
Whoa. Okay, you may not know this about me. Okay, and that's fine. Okay, but I have spent, and many callers, and you can go on YouTube chat, I have spent the better part of this entire year calling out what I call the woke right, okay, the Nick Fuentes of the world. I think those people are disgusting, Paul. I don't want them in my movement. I don't want people like Myron Gaines, who's not a white guy, by the way. He is a Sudanese person who's incredibly anti-Semitic, incredibly racist, incredibly bigoted. And I'll say this. All right. You just called and made this entire call about race. You did. That's exactly what you did. Okay. It's been Caucasians on the Mayflower, white people through Ellis Island, and all Sean and all 1210 cares about are talking about black people. I have said this a million times, Paul. And just like you, all right, I think the common ground here is we don't want fraud, we don't want corruption. Okay, whoever it is that is committing fraud to the tune of millions, billions, hell, even $5, it's not okay. So I want you to show me. I want you to wait. I want you to, hold on. I want you to show me. I want you to show me where the fraud rings are in Minneapolis of white people. Okay, the ones who came on the Mayflower with the daycare center. Show me.
Now,
where are those fraud rings? Because if you could show me that, I'll report on them. Where are those fraud rings?
Now I'm going to tell you that. Now here we go. Now you got the wannabe O'Keefe who then got after he got exposed for whatever scandal he was in. So somebody else had to pick up the reins. So of course you got some what they call dark money. You don't have dark money funneling towards Caucasians because that don't fit the narrative. That don't have.
What are you talking about? Where are you talking about? Where are the examples of these claims? You're all over the place. What? Just show me where. And I'm not saying that white people are perfect. Nobody's perfect. But show me where the fraud ring is that implicates Caucasians or the folks that you say came over the Mayflower or you guys or the Archie Bunkers or whatever. Show me where that fraud is, and show me where that is, and I'll talk about it. Go ahead. Give me the example. Because right now, there is $18 billion that have gone missing from Minnesota, and there has been due process granted to the accused, and the overwhelming majority of the accused and the convicted have been Somalis because they're the ones who are in charge of those businesses. So I'm pointing that out because, Paul, I'm pointing that out because those are the facts of the case. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I never denied the facts. I wasn't in dispute of the facts. So you just sitting here saying stuff that I'm in agreement with you. So you're trying to make it seem as though like you're trying to bombard me with these things like I'm in agreement.
I'm not bombarding you. I am addressing points that you're making and giving you my perspective. You called and said that I am You called and made the implication that I am disproportionately criticizing brown people. Go ahead.
I got it the first time. So now again, what I'm sitting there saying, now make it make sense. Like the boy Hogan, the number one immigration board, the white man,
Tom Homan, yeah.
Tom Homan is on film taking money from the FBI. 50. That's just we ain't going with the billions. Zeros is zeros, no matter what. Zeros is zeros, and he's on film. But that don't fit the narrative.
What do you mean he's on film? What are you talking about?
He's on film taking the bribe.
He's not taking any bribe. What are you talking about? That's been completely debunked. What are you talking about, Paul?
So now that's been debunked, but the film. So now what gets me is, what we brown and black people understand now with America, that what this is what woke is. What we and black and brown people understand what America. And when I said this to what's the name, he said I was saying it was racist, but he didn't let me explain to you guys because y'all don't.
I would love to hear this explanation, and then we're going to move on. But please tell me, please.
This is what woke means. That y'all love the haters, but y'all hate the lovers. And
nobody loves to hate. I don't hate you. I don't hate black people.
Let me finish. Just let me finish.
Well, I'm not going to have you tell me that I hate black people. So go ahead, but I don't.
I'm not. I never said that y'all hate. Just listen, please.
I am listening. You said I love to hate blacks. That's what you just said.
I wanted to bridge this because we got enough destruction with him in the office. I'm trying to bridge this, and this is what I'm trying to enlighten your audience with because you're not getting a different perspective. I'm trying to bridge this here because we got enough hatred in this world.
All right, come on. Let's move on. Let's go.
All right. So when I say that phrase, it means, see, we in black and brown people, we understand that phrase, that y'all love the haters and hate the lovers because y'all love our culture and everything else. But y'all don't understand, y'all hate to understand what brought us to that. There's things that come with that, but y'all love to this and y'all love to that. But y'all don't understand things came to make them things arrive, the jazz, the funk, the pop, all that, the hip-hop. So then also what I mean by woke, that's what woke means. And so when we see what you guys do, y'all always change the goalposts, y'all change the rules, everything all the time.
Nobody's changing the rules, Paul. Nobody's changing the rules, Paul. All right. I've given you, Paul, I gave you 8 minutes.
Man, I'm so thankful that you gave me more time than with the board.
Thank you, Paul. No, I appreciate it. And I'm not here to slam anybody, but Paul, listen, I'm going to say this. We disagree on a couple things, but I want to say thank you to you as well for being respectful, for being civil, and for sharing the perspective. I enjoyed that, and I hope you have a very happy New Year. Thank you. There were obviously things that I passionately disagreed with. Okay, the idea that white people love to hate blacks, or that was the implication. I don't know anybody who loves to hate black people. I'm not saying there aren't actual racists out there, but I don't know anybody who loves to hate black people. Okay? And from what I understand, the term woke means awake to oppression. Okay? I'm not saying there's no discrimination in the country. There is, individually, but systemically, it ain't there. Not against people of color, by the way. Not against people of color. I don't like the fact that it was implied, okay, that the hosts here are bigots. Archie Bunker, I don't think so. The fact of the matter is, it's not about, and as I mentioned a bunch of times, it's not about race. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care about the ethnicity. It doesn't shape my view of somebody one way or the other. As Marjorie from Palm Coast, Florida said, can you come here? Can you provide value? When you're an immigrant, you should not be a public charge to the United States. It's not about skin color. It's not about culture. It's not about any of that. Okay? That's not. It just isn't. That whole call was about race. It was centered around race. The argument that I'm making about the Somali fraud or any fraud, I don't care what the fraudster looks like. I care that the fraudster is a fraudster.
But here's the problem. He's seeing it from a different point of view. And again,
he is.
You know what? I like him a lot. He's a good caller. He calls in, and as you said, he's very respectful.
Yeah, that was great. I love that.
I thought he was great. I think
there may be some people who don't like it. Oh, you're giving them too much time. You know what? This is, but that's fine. This is what Charlie Kirk did, right? He would have conversations. I like that.
He's always, when I screen him, he's always very nice to me. He always say, "Hey, how are you? How's your family doing?" and all that. You know, and that's great. But then he goes on these tangents, and what I don't like that he does is and this is my fault, and I apologize to any of the hosts out there. Don't talk about other hosts, okay?
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Call their show and deal with them. Don't say, oh, well, all these other hosts are a bunch of Archie bunkers. Call their show and tell them that. I just don't like that when somebody has to trash another host. And he said a few things about some of our other hosts he really shouldn't have. It's just not a good look. It's not a good sound for the radio.
There's a better way. There's a better way to make your argument. You don't want to be bashing. That's why I said we're not going to sit here and bash hosts. We're going to have a conversation about race. You want to have a conversation about how things are being characterized. Fine. Yeah. Other than that, I think it was. I had fun. I had a blast. Taking calls like that. Yeah, one of my favorites in the business is Andrew Wilkow, and he says if you are on the left, you go to the front of the line, 3 minutes on the clock, uninterrupted. We just had a long conversation. I know some folks may think that it went on for too long, and that's fine. I don't think so. I would have a conversation with that guy for an hour, but unfortunately, we got other things to do. But
we ought to give him his own show.
Yeah, I think.
And then,
I think those types of conversations, Jimmy, are good. For us to have.
Absolutely. I think and at least. I will say one thing, and Paul's on the fence. At least he called on a phone that worked. At least he had a phone that wasn't going.
That's right.
Archie Bunkers. At least he called on a phone that actually worked.
I like that. I'm happy that he called. And if there are anybody else out there as the course of this morning goes on, because we're rolling up here on 7:30, 855-839-1210. And I've gotten into shouting matches with callers before when they want to get ridiculous. But then when they call in and we're civil, like Paul in Westchester, we can have a conversation. We can go back and forth. We can discuss points. And at the end of the call, it was a thank you for taking my call. Thank you for calling in. We agree to disagree. And until we meet again, we will be back with more on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Brennan is here now. My wife's in studio. She is rocking and rolling, ready for the second half of this December 30th, this amazing morning as we roll into New Year's. 855-839-1210 is the number to jump in. And boy, do I want you to jump in. Give us a call, and we'll be back with more this morning. Sean Farish filling in on 1210 WPHT right after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. This holiday season, share the love of driving excellence at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. With exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. And I just saw on social media that our guy Michael Steinberg from the sales department who manages our Piazza partnership just got a gorgeous new Mercedes-Benz in Westchester. So discover your Mercedes-Benz today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Those were the days. There you go. Fantastic. 7:33 in the morning. Great work out there by Jimmy Kelly.
Ah, geez, look at this over there.
Yeah.
Hey, ain't it? We're going to listen to WPHT3 over there. That's TRC. No, whatever.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT as we come in with a little bit all in the family. Thanks to being compared to Archie Bunker, which is fun. 7:33 in the morning on this December 30th, this Tuesday, December 30th. John Farish filling in until 10 a.m. And let me just tell you something. You know, if you're calling with a perspective from the other side, I'm gonna give you time as long as you can be respectful. I'm gonna do that. I think more conversations are better than less conversations, and it's rare these days where you do hear perspectives. Different perspectives shared in a respectful and calm way. That being said, you start going nuts, I'm going to give you that energy as well. So fair warning, and that's how it's going to roll this morning. Here we go. Let's keep going. We got phone lines are melting this morning, so let's go to Agatha in New Jersey. What's going on, Agatha?
Good morning, Sean.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say that if anybody's a bigot and a racist, it seemed like Paul had a pretty good case. You know, he's pointing the finger at, you know, other people like me. I don't feel so like I'm a bigot. You know,
right.
Like I said, he's pointing the finger at us, so to speak, but he's got 3 pointing back at himself. And
well, you know, and here's the thing. And so I agree. I agree with the sentiment, right? What I want to, and I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. You know, you're sharing your opinion on the matter and on the call we just took. What I want to make sure that we do is, you know, I'm not going to necessarily attack, right, somebody who can't defend themselves, Paul. But the point that you're making, I think, is valid. You know, pointing at a bunch of white radio hosts and saying "you guys," right? I mean, if I said that about the Breakfast Club and Charlemagne the God, there would be accusations of racism all over the place, right? So. Look beyond skin color and look at what somebody's doing. Look at the value that they are providing or lack thereof, and make your judgment and base your judgment off that. That's what I think we should do. I don't think you're a bigot. I'm not sure if Paul's actually a bigot. I think there's a perspective and there's something maybe baked into the pie there where there's some resentment where it doesn't have to exist, and maybe over time that can be eroded away. We can get back to, you know, not caring about skin color and things like that.
I know. It's like just agree to disagree. I mean, you have your opinion, he has his, but I felt like he was trying to change your mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe he was. He very well may have been, and that's the point of debate, right? You hash out these ideas and you make a convincing case. For me, when I'm talking to somebody on the other side, it's not necessarily about changing their mind. It's about who's listening to the conversation, third party, undecided people. And, I think listening to that call, you hear, someone making it all about race and pointing the finger at whites. And you hear somebody saying it's not about race, it's about what you do. And I think that's what we need to take into these conversations.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Well, thank you, Agatha, for the call. Appreciate it. All right. Agatha in New Jersey. All right, let's go to Joe in South Philly. What's up, Joe?
How you doing, guys? How you been, buddy?
Doing well, Joe. How about yourself?
Yeah, good. You took a shellacking, pal. I'll tell you that.
A shellacking?
Well, I mean, you handled that pretty good.
Oh, okay. I thought that was usually getting a shellacking is bad. I was going to say, why? I appreciate it. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah.
No, you did good, man. I'll tell you, if it was me or anybody, they'd have to go crazy with that call. That call was a mess.
Well, you see, here's the thing, right? So if someone's going to come in and share their perspective, no matter how much I disagree, if they're going to be calm, they're going to be respectful and make their points, in a calm way, I'm going to return that energy. When somebody, if you're going to call in and start yelling and screaming, I'm going to return that energy too, and we're going to cut it short because a wall of sound isn't what people want to hear. And right. I also want to, make it known too. It is rare these days where you have, like I said, two different perspectives, kind of sharing the time and having a conversation. Most of these conversations now take place in echo chambers, right? And I don't necessarily like that. I want to hear from other people. I want to hear a different perspective. That's how we get better. And, I know that it's like, well, why give that airtime and why give that person a platform and why let them spout off that way? Well, that's the point. I want them to make their points. And if I disagree and I can prove them wrong, they may not admit it, but it's about those who are listening, who are undecided, can hear that and say, hey, I think one of those two people made really good points, and maybe that will change some minds and move the needle, move the Overton window. So that's the way I do that.
Yeah, well, that's a good thought, but it ain't going to change nobody's mind.
Well, it may not change. It may not change the mind of the caller, right?
Yeah.
But it may influence the minds of the listener, who's tuning in maybe for the first time and hears the conversation and is objective and listens and says, okay, I don't think that's racist. I don't think this is all. And look, Dan Bongino says this. You say this all the time in his podcast. When you're engaged in a conversation with somebody of a different perspective, it's not about changing the person's mind who's across the table from you. It's about influencing the people who are listening to the conversation outside of the conversation. And that's the way I treat calls like that and discussions like that.
Well, yeah. If you recall yesterday, I called yesterday, but I couldn't hang on.
That's fine.
You were talking about the fraud in Minnesota,
yep.
And then you said early in the morning, you said there was no mention in paper, nothing, and nothing was mentioned. The reason why nothing was mentioned was because of Trump. Trump has nothing to do with this.
Right. Very true.
So
very true.
So Trump wasn't mentioned. It wasn't that other president of the United States. That's why they didn't say anything. They just you were saying, like, why didn't they say something?
Mm-hmm.
And when I had called yesterday, that's what I wanted to say to you yesterday. But
well, I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Happy New Year to you and your wife.
Thank you.
And all them guys over there, Sean.
All right. Thanks. Thank you, Joe. Joe in South Philly. Happy New Year to Joe.
Happy New Year.
Yes. Jimmy, is Joe in Germantown ready? We can go to him right now. Joe in Germantown.
He needs to call back. He was calling and then he kept dropping off. So call back, Joe.
Okay. Call back, Joe. I want to hear from you. Definitely do. Yeah, I mean, look, you go ahead.
I've never seen callers be turned away on this radio station. We take all callers here. And again, with Paul, I mean, I get where he's coming from, but he just has this mindset where we only take white callers, and that's just not the case. And if you listen to sports radio, when you listen to callers there, they've got to be the most diverse bunch of callers because everybody of every ethnicity calls into the sports station. That's one thing that's equal is their hatred or their disappointment in their team. It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what race you are. If the Eagles aren't doing well, everybody's going to let you know it. And in your case with Phil Almquist, the Jets are not doing well. Everybody of every race and every creed is going to call into that sports station and say how we need to be better. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I'll tell you what. Look, it's one of these things with. I don't like the accusation or, that you only take white calls or this.
No, I don't like it either.
First of all, the radio station can't control who calls.
No.
That's number one. Okay? And there's white conservatives, there's white liberals, a lot of white liberals, by the way.
Yeah.
And this, talk about the soft bigotry of low expectations, okay? Which we talked a little bit about yesterday, right? There is, in my mind, there's nothing more racist than believing that somebody is incapable of doing something that others can do because of their race. When you have like the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, in a viral clip saying that there are young black men in the Bronx who don't know what a computer is. If I said something like that, it would be all over the place. Patriot Takes and Right Wing Watch and all these media, they'd be all over me for saying something like that. Kathy Hochul can say it. She's compassionate because black people are poor. It's like, whoa. Black people don't have to be poor.
Did she say that before or after she got on the train with all the armed security? That's what I think
it was right around. I think it was actually right around the same time. But this is the problem, right?
Yeah.
We the voting laws in Georgia. We were told that it's racist because black people can't get an ID. Meanwhile, you had the highest turnout in the history of the state of Georgia after those voting laws went in place. Nobody apologized for or admitted that they got it wrong on Georgia. They called it Jim Crow 2.0. You had the president of the United States, Joe Biden, says Jim Eagle. This is a guy who said he didn't want his kids to go to school in a racial jungle. This is a guy who said you need an Indian accent to shop at 7-Eleven. How come nobody, talks about this? You have, again, the soft bigotry of low expectations. Oh, we need welfare programs because people of color can't do it on their own. There is no comment or statement that is more racist than that. Well, if you're a member of a minority community, you can't make it on your own. You need the government. BS.
Well,
yes, you can.
Here's the problem that I have, and this happens all the time. When we start talking about people like Jasmine Crockett or Karen Bass or just name them, you just don't like them because you're black, because they're black. You're just being a racist. Well, I don't know. I mean, Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton are whiter than white, and they've got to be the worst people in the world.
That's what I'm saying. I'll criticize anyone for acting a fool, right? Yeah. I mean, if you're doing something stupid, hey, Nancy Pelosi, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I've gone after her. Hillary Clinton, it doesn't matter. Jasmine Crockett, AOC, Karen Bass, Tim Walz. Tim Walz ain't a black guy, right? Tim Walz is a white guy. Okay, I mean Dan Crenshaw, anybody, these people, Lindsey Graham. I don't care what you look like. I don't care if you're white, black, brown, or in the middle. If I think you're doing something dumb or I think you're doing something worthy of criticism, I've been criticizing Tucker Carlson recently because he said he doesn't know anybody in the United States that's been killed by radical Islam. Maybe you don't know them personally, but a month ago you had a radical Islamist in D.C. murder one of our National Guard troops, right? So, I'll go after anybody, and I'll criticize anybody, and I'll take my positions into battle against anybody. I don't care about race. Yeah. It's about conversations, right? And that's it.
I mean, how many times have people said that Nancy Pelosi needs to be investigated for all this insider stock trading?
Exactly.
And just sticking her middle finger up at everybody during the pandemic by getting her hair done and everything else. And how many people said that Hillary Clinton should be in jail for what she's been doing?
Right?
It's an equal playing field.
Exactly. It has nothing to do about race, has nothing to do with, with the color of anybody's skin. And so, I think the generalization or the idea that, that the station is taking only white callers. By the way, you can't, by the way, Jimmy, I don't think you have, it's not FaceTime. You can't tell what these people look like on the other end of the phone. You know what I mean?
That's not.
I don't know.
That's not one of the. When I answer, say hi, 1210 WPHT. I say yes. Are you black or white? No. No. I usually say, yeah. What's your name? Where are you calling from? And most of the time, I say, could you call back because your cell phone is really bad? You know,
right?
It's
right.
just. You know, I always love the people who call in from this construction site. There's like all kinds of things going on around.
In the back.
I want to get my pigeon into the strawberry, please. I want to get my pigeon in. Yeah, could you call back? Most of the time, I'm telling a lot of people, yeah, could you call back because your cell phone is really bad.
Right. Well, like I said, you know, and this is going to kind of round out this segment. And again, anybody else wants to come in and get in 855-839-1210. And, you know, if you're on the left, you go to the front of the line. I like this idea. Let's have these conversations. Let's, you know, go back and forth a little bit. As long as we're not shouting and screaming at each other, I think it makes for a good thing. Where do you see this? It doesn't happen. You don't, you know, Charlie Kirk did it really well. I don't think anybody's ever going to do it as well as he's done it. And that was what made him great. That's what made him effective. That's what made him dangerous to the point of the left wanting to kill him. Because those conversations that he was having, it was moving the needle. You didn't see him shutting down dissent. You didn't see him turning Turning Point USA and those campus debates into an echo chamber. It was an exchange of ideas. And the fact is, when those ideas were put to the test, and when he put to the test his ideological opponents, he won the majority of the time, if not every time. And it really was so effective that the only thing the left could do to stop it and to reduce the effectiveness was to actually permanently silence his voice. And so why not? Why not in honor of Charlie Kirk and in honor of what he wanted? Okay. Why not have more of those conversations? Why not do it publicly on the radio? And if you're going to call up and you're going to start throwing in accusations and yelling and screaming about racism and Nazi and you're this, you're that, or the Jews or all these, I'm going to give you back that energy too. But if you're going to call in, and look, I don't agree with, you know, probably 90% of what Paul said, but at least he said it in a way where we could have a conversation and we can continue that conversation. If folks want to call in 855-839-1210. And if you're on the left, I want to hear from you and let's have a debate. Let's hash it out. Let's do what we can do. Let's be America again, where we can agree to disagree, but we all have, you know, we have respect for one another in the conversation. So we'll wrap up hour 2 when we come back. On Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Give us a call if you'd like. I'd love to hear from you and love to continue this conversation. We'll have more on the Somali fraud, Tim Walz not doing enough, and a whole lot of other things as we come back here to wrap up hour 2 here on 1210 WPHT. Stay right there.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. This holiday season, share the love of driving excellence at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. With exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. And I just saw on social media that our guy Michael Steinberg from the sales department, who manages our Piazza partnership, just got a gorgeous new Mercedes-Benz in Westchester. So discover your Mercedes-Benz today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Every year, retirees eagerly anticipate the announcement of the new Social Security Cost of Living Adjustment, also known as COLA, which is designed to help retirees' Social Security income keep pace with inflation. This week's expert report reveals COLA's shortfalls and a proven method to fight those shortfalls in the face of rising costs. The COLA for 2026 is a 2.8% increase, or about $56 more each month for the average retiree taking Social Security. COLA is calculated using the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, which tracks the spending habits of working Americans, not retirees. It doesn't measure the true cost of what retirees spend most on, like utilities, prescriptions, housing, and insurance costs, all of which have risen much faster than basic inflation. So while Social Security is adding $56 to your check, your bills are taking hundreds of dollars more from your wallet. Combating rising costs is hardly a new issue, which is why the Crash Proof Retirement System features proprietary inflation fighters that allow everyday Americans to increase their income by up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting their nest egg. As you draw income to offset higher expenses, your nest egg is protected from market risk and fees. The money withdrawn can be replenished with the potential for double-digit interest returns that can't be taken away. To learn more, schedule a no-cost financial checkup with a licensed retirement phase expert by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting CrashProofRetirement.com and discover a better way to fight inflation today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:53 here on this Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. 2 days left of the new year. The old year, sorry. 2 days left until the new year. And then we're going to have Hoppin' John.
We are.
Yeah.
Hoppin' John.
It's a southern thing. I never heard of this when I lived up in New York. Brennan, when we first lived, we first were in Tennessee, in Nashville that first year. She was like, "We're going to have Hoppin' John." I said, "What the hell is that?"
It does sound kind of crazy.
And it's so good. And it's a great tradition. And you know what? Long live the South with these food traditions.
You married a grits.
A grits, a girl's raised in the South.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
me.
right.
That is right. There it is. Listen, I'm going to tell you, I love taking calls. It's my favorite thing about live radio. I will take as many as possible. I put the rest of the show on hold. If you've got something to say or an opinion to share, whether you agree or disagree, I want to hear from you. 855-839-1210. The phone lines are melting this morning. I don't think I've ever taken this many calls on this show before, and we're going to continue to do that. I love it. I think it's a lot of fun. For me, I have fun. I start getting giddy when we start getting calls, whether we agree or disagree. I love hearing from the audience. We take calls on our show every Friday.
Yeah.
On our podcast on Ungoverned, the second half of the show. So let's continue with that, and we'll start this segment with Tessa in Philadelphia. What's going on, Tessa?
Yes, hi, good morning, Sean. Listen.
Good morning.
I personally think that one issue is being ignored, okay?
Okay.
And I am going to give you a quote from a producer of black progressive radio. They have 4 chapters in the United States. And that producer said this, I'm quoting, "What whites don't know is that we blacks hate them all." Okay? So, when you that's the end of the quote. So, when you consider the fact that all these black individuals always emphasize black, 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 why do we have to emphasize black, black, black? Why we can't just emphasize all togetherness? We, the whites, don't emphasize this is a white art show, this is a white musical symphony or whatever. But they always, when black organizations, black this, black this, black this, they create that division by constantly emphasizing themselves as differentiating themselves as blacks.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something. And what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna slightly push back, but I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't necessarily think that, and I may be wrong. Okay, but my idea, and I don't want there to be division, right? I don't want there to be division.
Right.
I want to get back to September 12th, 2001, okay, where we were attacked, and everybody, regardless of race, religion, color, creed, put an American flag out on their porch, and we stood united, and we said, you will not attack the United States of America. We are all Americans first. I am going to slightly, and I'm going to slightly push back and say, I don't know if it's actually the black community that's creating the division, or think of it this way, or is it these politicians with an agenda? Is it these subversive groups who are putting this idea in the heads of minorities, not just blacks, by the way, not just black people, African Americans, whatever, but non-whites? Is it that they're being told, and this is where critical race theory comes from, that, hey, you're non-white in America, you're automatically oppressed. And that creates that negative sentiment about whites from folks who are non-white. I don't necessarily think somebody in the black community or the brown community or whatever, person of color, whatever they want to call it, which I don't like any of those terms. Again, I don't like putting people in boxes. I don't think this is necessarily, and in some cases it is, but I don't think in every case. I think what happens here is there is the expectation. I mean, there's a term race traitor, right? Karen Bass, we played this yesterday, was saying that it was sad that Latinos were working as Border Patrol agents. Why is that sad? You have these folks who came into the country. We had, what was her name? Marjorie from Palm Coast, saying she came into the country the right way. It added value to our country, right? So I think it's less necessarily one ethnic group or one community, and more so leadership of a more sinister agenda and movement, a George Soros, a Marxist type of movement that is feeding this to people. As Paul mentioned, giving red meat to the audience, that is exactly what these racial dividers are doing. And unfortunately, some people are getting manipulated by it to feel like, white people are oppressing non-whites. And that's what's contributing to the division.
Yes, there is a high percentage of it, and those people should be prosecuted, period.
Well, I agree. I think we should. If there is law breaking, we should absolutely hold them accountable. And I don't want to live in a country where where your race determines how you feel about other people. That's not what the United States of America is supposed to be. We're supposed to be one nation under God, indivisible. And unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of divisiveness, divisive rhetoric, divisive feelings about one another. And, it's not to say that nobody gets carried away, but it is to say that we don't have to live that way. We don't have to live that way.
Well, there's something else I wanted to say to you. Can I?
Sure.
Okay. There is a great concern about 2030 where the globalists are planting total confiscation of personal property, no cars, okay, and 15 mini series. And I personally think they are burning the country like California, setting up the fires, and now the flood they're destroying through geoengineering.
And you may be right about that. And you may be right about that. Okay, you may be right about the fact that they're doing destruction to U.S. cities in order to replace them with these quote unquote smart cities, or maybe they're not that good at what they're trying to do, and they're just capitalizing on crises, right? You know, never let a crisis go to waste.
Well,
but Agenda 2030 is real.
Creating the crisis to monopolize. What's his name? Said Bill Gates. That globalism, that was the most recent thing he said. The globalism can be fight by reducing population through vaccines.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no doubt that they have. There's no doubt that they have an agenda, and there's no doubt that they have announced that agenda publicly, Agenda 2030, and the World Economic Forum, and all of this. There's no doubt. You know, where I'm going to stop short of is, and I thank you, Tessa, for the call. Where I'm going to stop short of is making the declaration that all of it is being done precisely by design. I don't know that. I'm not saying that's not happening. I'm just saying I can't prove that that's happening. What I can say is the never let a crisis go to waste thought process is it's prevalent on both sides, by the way. It's prevalent on both sides. And the elites on both ends of the spectrum absolutely want to see those of us who are in the middle class, they want to see us suffer, and they want to see us given less tools or have access to less tools that can create wealth, that can create freedom. I mean, you look at the EVs, and I'm not a big fan of electric vehicles. Some people are, some people aren't. It is what it is. It's just whatever. You should have the right to buy it. Yeah, but I don't want my vehicle to be held hostage by the electrical grid. Okay, because if they shut the grid off, you don't have a car. Okay, at least with my gasoline car, I could at least. Right, I could at least with a gas powered vehicle not have to rely on the electric grid. Now, you know, how do you pump the gas without an electric grid? Fine, but the whole point of the matter here is these EVs and shutting down the grid. You know, these power outages in California. What if they shut the power down for a week? You can't charge your EV. You can't leave. You can't drive. What do you got to get back on a bicycle? What are we doing? So, there's no doubt about the fact that globalism is a thing. The you will own nothing and be happy is a real quote. The Great Reset is a real book. Okay. These aren't conspiracy theories. These are conspiracies. These are actual conspiracies that they've talked about, Okay. And it's very scary. And we have to do the best that we can do in our country to prevent globalism and all that from eroding what makes the United States of America unique and sacred. And that is the fact that we are a self-sufficient, sovereign nation. We govern ourselves. We are not governed by some global shadowy cabal that meets in Davos. Okay, so I think it's a good point there. Let's go to another call. We have another one waiting. Dave in the Northeast. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Sean. How you doing?
Doing good, Dave. How are you?
Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you. You as well.
You're welcome. I'd like to give props first off to Paul. You know, he does something that I wouldn't do, and that's listening to. I would never listen to liberal media. You know, but he seemed to reach across the aisle, which is great.
I agree.
Going back to his comment about Ellis Island. You know, it's interesting that we got to remember that, you know, you got your Italian mobs, you got your Irish gangs, you got all these groups. Even today, you got Russian mafia. You know, People are coming in unvetted. You know, they didn't have the media and the tools to check these people back then. Plus, we were building a country. We needed workers. It's a totally different scenario. But if you look around,
he's back. Okay.
What did these mobsters do for us? aside from ruin our cities and extort people and bring prostitution, child, stuff in. It was a bad time, and it still goes on today. But we have to recognize that.
Yep. And there's no group there's no ethnic group that is immune to criticism, right? There are bad people that exist in, there are nefarious Chinese people. There are nefarious, folks from there are bad people who are born here. It's not all about immigrants either. It's just that if you're doing something bad, I'm going to condemn it, period. I don't care what party you're from. I don't care what you look like. I don't care what group you're from. Yeah.
Hey, we had tougher police back then. That not the police's fault, but society in general gave a more freer arm to police officers and public safety than it does now.
Right.
I'd like to say one more thing that I think in general the population is, and this, is steered by media, and the media they listen to and talk to. I can't tell you how many people.
And nowadays social media too, for sure.
And we didn't have that, years ago. We're all exposed to so much now, and to sift what's true and not. Even though we have the greatest tool in the world, the internet, to find out the truth if you use it right.
Right.
How many people have told me, black people have told me, 400 years of slavery in this country? And I say, well, I know we were formed in 1776, Emancipation Proclamation, 1890 something, maybe 80 years of slavery. I mean, back then, we should celebrate the fact that the United States, in such a short period of time, with such limited communication, was able to end, not completely abolish it, because it over time, people will say we're still fighting it. But look at what the United States did in such a short period of time. There are still countries that have slavery. I mean, they should be celebrating the United States. I know I do. But
I do too.
That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Sean,
thank you so much for the call, Dave. Valuable insights. Have a happy new year, and thanks for being a part of the proclamation signed in 1863, declaring enslaved people in Confederate states free. Following that announcement on September 2nd, 1862, that gave the South a deadline to rejoin the Union during the Civil War. Look, nobody is. I'm not going to sit here and apologize or slave owners, right? I'm not going to sit here and defend the practice of slavery. But the fact of the matter is that there are no African Americans in the United States of America right now who are ever held as a slave here in the U.S. That's not to say that slavery doesn't exist in this country. Sex slavery exists, trafficking. Okay. I mean, there was a story earlier in the year out of, I believe it was, what was the name of that taco? El Taco Loco. Remember the crazy taco?
Mm-hmm.
There was a story out there in Arizona. The owner of this was an illegal alien who came across the border and allegedly smuggled others across the border and then had them working for him in his restaurant to pay off their debt that was owed to country. So yeah, it still exists. Okay, it's not black people in a field picking cotton and being treated as property. But think about now, just think about this. In the construction field, in the labor field, okay, these farms, like the pot shop in California, where you had illegals tending the fields. You think they were being paid a fair wage? I don't. What laws are there to make sure that illegal aliens are paid a fair wage? None. They can't. What are they going to do? Are they going to go and report and say, "Hey, I'm an illegal"? You don't think these companies know that? How about in the construction field? Marjorie Taylor Greene all but admitted it in an interview. Oh, it's gonna impact the labor field because all these people are doing these jobs, right? That they're not gonna be able to replace with Americans. Why not? Actually admits this. Listen to how many times they have made the argument, the left. Jasmine Crockett did it a couple weeks ago. We ain't picking no cotton. It's somebody else's job now. Oh, okay. How about all the times we've heard, well, if you deport all the illegals, who's going to pick your food? Who's going to clean your They're just farmhands? They're just people who clean your toilets and make your bed? Sounds an awful lot like, well, if we free the slaves, who's going to pick the cotton? What's it going to do to the economy? Sounds an awful lot like that argument, right? So, there are, not just in the world, but there are forms of it, I believe, in the United States. And there's one group, myself, I like to say I am against slavery, okay? I don't want to see people exploited. And for two reasons. A, I don't want to see the exploitation of human beings. I think it's evil. A lot of these companies, corporations, whatever they may be, construction companies, farms, etc., that are employing illegal aliens. I'm not talking about work visas. I'm talking about illegal aliens. They're doing so at a wage that an American cannot be given because it would be illegal to underpay somebody like that. Citizens as well. I'll tell you this, and as people say, oh, well, Americans don't want to do those jobs. If I needed a job and there was a farm in Tennessee that was going to give me $20 an hour to work their farm every single day, and we needed money, you bet picking things, okay? Making ends meet. Americans will do the job. You just got to pay them. They're not going to do the job for $3 an hour. But as an American citizen, you're protected against that type of exploitation. Illegals are not. And so they're voluntarily walking into that exploitation and they're getting caught. Exploitation. It's like sharecropping. Because what is the illegal alien going to do? Is the illegal alien going to complain to the state board of labor? Hey, my name is so-and-so. I'm illegally in the country and I'm being exploited by this farm. They're going to get deported. They can't do that. So it doesn't. Human trafficking, sex slavery, that's a thing in the United States. We just did a story, yesterday about that girl from Wisconsin, 16-year-old, kidnapped by illegal aliens. The boyfriend worked for the cartel. They gave these illegals $1,500 to scoop this girl up, threatened to, they stood outside of her house with a gun, loaded her in a car, and we're going to be driving her all the way to California. They caught these guys in Wyoming, but who knows what that girl would have been through and what type of industry she would have gotten stuck in. That's here in the United States. Not to mention all around the world. A lot of the products that we in China, it was probably made by somebody earning a slave wage. Okay, in Qatar, it's been a topic of conversation lately. In Qatar, if you're a Christian, you're not allowed to be a citizen. Many Christians are kept as slaves or used as slaves in a state like Qatar. On the topic of slavery, I think it's wrong in any form. I don't care who the slave is, whether it's a person of color or a white person or a Christian or anybody. In China, they have the Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. That's real in China. So, and unfortunately, there are let's go to, and I'm not trying to put down the United States of America. I'm just saying, it does still exist, and there are people who are demanding reparations. You were not held as a slave. If anything, I think the Somali community needs to pay the United States reparations for the billions of dollars they've taken. This whole idea of reparations, a generational trauma. Stop. Get off. Stop being bound by the past and seize the opportunities you have in your future. There's an old cliche. I don't know if this is true, but the whole thing they can remember. Mm-hmm. So it's so good that to a fault, it actually hurts them. I don't know if this is actually true, but it's a cool metaphor. When elephants are smaller, they can keep them in line by tying twine around their legs because they're not strong enough to break it. When they grow older, they remember that they weren't able to break that twine, they believe it's still holding them back. But they're bigger, they're stronger, they're more capable now. They can snap free, and when they do break free, they have that free will, and they can go ahead and better themselves. That's the way we need to look at it in this country. Your skin color does not determine any outcomes for you. You are capable of greatness. Marcus Aurelius said, just because it's difficult does not mean it's impossible. And if it's humanly possible, you can do it too. So get these predispositions of, I was born this color, I was born into this class, I was born in this state, you could do anything you want. You just got to work for it. And that's why I love the idea of a merit-based society. That's why I love sports too, because it's all a merit-based thing. All right, let's go to Ed in Delran. What's up, Ed?
Hey, I want to give Sean Farish a mighty big toast because he's always doing his most, and I want to boast.
Thank you, Ed.
So I say, Happy New Year without fear, because Sean Farish is here.
Thank you, Ed. I appreciate it. What's on your mind? Is that what you wanted to come in here and rhyme? Elizabeth, a rhyme time? Dr. Seuss. I love Dr. Seuss. I get along very well with Dr. Seuss. He's a tremendous guy.
Hey,
he's a wonderful guy.
Anyway, listen, I'm going to tell you, this is so freaking outrageous what's going on in Minnesota with all this fraud. And let me tell you, I want to see convictions, and I want to see people go to jail for this, because anything that I ever did wrong in my life, I always paid some kind of penalty for it. So I'm just telling you, I want to see some real action for a change. And
I do too. And there have been, I think there have been 80 some odd prosecutions or cases brought, 57 or 60 convictions thus far, because obviously this has been going on for a while. And Kash Patel says this is the tip of the iceberg. I hope he's telling the truth. And I honestly want to follow this money and find out how much of it has been laundered into the pockets or campaign coffers of politicians. Okay. And I don't care what side of the aisle they're on. But I think there was a story out of Washington State where these politicians running for office in Washington State received donations from some of the fraudsters in Minneapolis. So if that's true, and if that's what's going on, I want to know about it, and I want those people prosecuted. Because if you don't hold these people accountable, yes, man, if you don't hold these people accountable and there are no consequences, nothing changes. So let's bring in some consequences in the new year, all right?
Couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you, Ed. Ed and Delran, great call as always. Always love hearing from Ed and Delran. All right, I mean we've taken a bit of a detour this morning, but it's okay because we're talking to everybody. Well, I love talking to people. I love talking to the audience, getting some calls, sharing perspectives, hearing different stories. I mean, hearing the story from somebody like Marjorie in Palm Coast, Florida, about coming into the country in 1962, doing it the right way, disgusted with folks who are abusing the system right now, not assimilating, etc. Hearing from people like Paul in Westchester, who, had a differing perspective. We were able to have a conversation, spend a little bit of time sharing perspectives with one another. That is healthy. That is, one of the best things about this country is that we can do that. There are a lot of countries where that's not allowed. And even in this country, there are a lot of programs, a lot of podcasts, a lot of shows where that wouldn't be allowed. And you'd get shouted down and kicked off the line in under 30 seconds. Not going to do that. Let's have some conversation. So we're going to continue rolling on. We're in the middle of hour 3 right now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll get back on track a little bit more about the Somali fraud. Walls making it easier for the fraud to occur. And that's the angle I want to look at. Are these politicians making it easier because they're benefiting from it? I would say there's a good chance. Or is this just incompetence? We'll get to all that when we come back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Number to call in, 855-839-1210. Sean Farish and Brennan Farish filling in until 10 o'clock this morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Give us a call, and we'll be back after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading invites you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash on select new Mazdas or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're going to set one New Year's resolution goal in 2026, it should be to protect yourself and your family. And my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop, they're here to help you achieve this goal. Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with years of experience helping you and me become safe, responsible gun owners. I'm a customer. They're helping me too. Kick off 2026 by making the commitment to attend their co-ed shoot on Saturday, February 7th at 6 p.m. The event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters that want to sharpen their skills. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers, and they're on site to help. All right, no firearms ID card or prior experience is required to attend. Register now for February 6th and take charge of your safety in 2026. Space is limited, so visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. All right, bobslittle.sportshop.com. My go-to place for all things Second Amendment. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$8:25 on this Tuesday morning, December 30th, 2025. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company. Brendan Farish, my wonderful wife, is right off to my right.
Good morning.
She's hanging out. And we will be moving forward as we are halfway through hour 3. Cannot believe it. It goes so fast. It always goes so fast. Before I know it, the show is over. Then I got to jump on LFA TV for an hour, rumble.com/LFA TV, and then I'm probably going to go for a run.
Oof.
And then I would take a snooze.
Oh, a little nap.
A little siesta.
A little siesta.
A little siesta. All right, we're moving right along. I don't think I've ever taken, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 2 waiting. This will be 11 calls.
Oh, my gosh.
We've done a lot. This is
Wow.
great. And I love it. It's my favorite. I can't say it enough. It is my favorite part of doing radio and live streaming podcast is the interaction. I love
It's old school.
It's so old school.
It's nice.
It's so fun.
Give
it's
the
fun for
people
me.
a voice.
We love the people. The people are beautiful. Can I just tell you, you're beautiful people. Even if we don't agree, you're a beautiful person. If you're not acting beautiful, though, you're a nasty person. All right, let's keep going with those calls. We got 2 waiting. Let's start with Kathy in Westchester. What's up, Kathy?
Hi, Sean. Good morning. I'm so
Good morning,
glad
Kathy.
that you and Jimmy are both there. You make a great
Thank you.
team. And good morning to your wife.
Good morning.
First of all, good morning. I'm happy you're there with Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to start where I've had COVID. I was like the 13th of December, and I had
boy.
something called brain fog. Oh, Sean, goodness me, that was scary, really scary.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm so glad you're both there, and I'm glad Brenda's there with you. Okay, I just want to say that I'm in my 85th year. Okay, I was born before Pearl Harbor, but I haven't had a car for years, and I live down the street from the university. So sometimes I go up and get the bus. Thank God for SEPTA and but I get SEPTA. And some of the drivers will stand outside the bus waiting, to depart. Well, some of them have become, I call friends. And one day, this one driver that I like very much, I was talking to him, and I said, you know what? I said, you and I are different in 2 ways. And he just looked at me. And I said, you're a male, I'm a female. I said, you have more melanin than I do. And I said, I wish you could give me some of yours. I mean, I don't know if he wanted to. I don't know whether he even wanted to. But anyway, he said, you know what, Kath? He said, when you get old, he said, older, he said, you'll get more melanin.
Okay.
And I said, I'm in my 84th year. How much longer do I have to live?
You got a long life to live, Kathy. You got a long life to live.
Pardon me? Oh,
you got a lot
of
of life
know.
left, Kathy. Oh, I know.
I don't know,
I know.
Sean.
You got a lot of life left.
But
yeah.
But I love to walk too. But anyway, he's so awesome, the driver. I mean, there are many that I really like, and I was appropriately named Chatty Kathy because I never shut up, Sean. I'm an open
Me
book,
too.
And I love what you have to say. And I'm an open book and an open mouth. And I'm one of 12 children, and I'm the black sheep of the family only because I was the only one born with dark hair. Everybody else had blonde hair or strawberry blonde or no hair. So anyway, I just want to say God bless. I pray that you and your family and Jimmy have a happy, healthy, safe New Year, and happy birthday to 50. My daddy would be 129 on the 2nd of February.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I know. And what a wonderful, I still refer to him, Sean, as daddy, because he was a wonderful dad. Wonderful daddy.
Kathy.
Well, thank you, Kathy.
Kathy, before you go, and I really appreciate, you give us a shout out, but you forgot one guy. You forgot the great Phil Armquist, who's working there in the back doing video. You forgot Phil.
He's out there
you can't
killing
forget
it.
Phil.
Can't forget Phil, my brother in suffering, my New York Jet fan friend. There
Kathy,
you go.
do you listen to Phil's show on Saturday nights? It's called This Week in Music History. It's a great rock show. They don't play the same songs that those other stations play. Have you listened? If you get a chance, listen to This Week in Music History with the great Phil Almquist Saturday nights from 11 to 1 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Could you do that for me?
Yes.
I listen. I can't promise because I'm old. I usually fall asleep at 9 o'clock, but I'm going to try. And if I go to sleep at 9, then I'll wake up.
Wake up and listen.
But you can pick it up on the podcast too, right?
Yeah, you could also get it on the podcast. Don't forget Phil now, because he's back there working too. But I appreciate you.
Hi, Phil.
There you go.
Okay, God bless you, Phil. Great job. And listen,
Thank you, Kathy.
I was on one of the dance shows in the 50s.
What dance show was that?
Not Bandstand. I was on the other one. I can't remember their names. But so I love that time, okay?
Yeah.
But God bless you all. Thank you. You're wonderful. Be safe. Brenda, you're wonderful. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hang up. I'm sorry, but thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it. She's awesome.
Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, 85,
What a
huh?
doll.
Wow.
My goodness.
Yeah.
If
God
I have
bless
enough
her.
energy at 85 years old to call radio stations and be that uplifting, I'll tell you what, I'll sign for that right now. And geez, 17 days removed from having COVID? I had COVID in April. I had the OG COVID, okay? Straight out of the Wuhan lab. And I celebrated with my positive diagnosis by getting Chinese food. I said, it's the China virus, I'm getting Chinese food. And we had a place on Long Island called Hing Hing. Brendan had Hing Hing once.
Wow.
They load up the cartons. They overload
you
it.
Like get a semi truck.
Yeah, they overload it and then they
take it
wrap
home.
it in like saran wrap, and it's like spilling out. So I was like, I know exactly what I'm doing. When I had COVID, I said, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to get Hing Hing. And I got it, and I had food for like half of my quarantine. It was great. I got paid to be off work, which was really fun. But I'll tell you what, though, about it, it will knock you. If you get the right mixture, it will knock you on your rear end. I did not lose my sense of smell, but it altered my sense of smell for like 2 months. Wow. I like the smell of gasoline. I don't sit at gas stations, but I don't hate the smell. I also love the smell of freshly brewed coffee. I think it's a great smell.
I think most people like that one.
Yeah. Well, both of those smells wound up smelling the same, and it smelled like stale dirt.
Oh.
It was disgusting.
Yeah, that's gross.
I was like, what is this? China, what did you do to me? I want my smell back. I want my smell back. But it was not a fun experience. So Kathy in Westchester, and the brain fog, by the way, with COVID is a real thing. Like you get like all confused. I mean, you get sick at all, you're going to have a little bit of that going on. We had the flu last year. It was,
oh my gosh.
It was the worst.
It was real bad.
It was a terrible flu. I don't know. We were coughing up jellyfish for like a month.
We don't need to talk about
it. We know the jellyfish. Painting the house.
We don't need to talk about the jellyfish.
Jellyfish. It was bad. All right. Let's go to North Carolina. The great Bruce. Bruce. Hello, Bruce. In North Carolina. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, good morning. Happy New Year to you and your wife. I had originally planned to call about Candace Owens, but Paul definitely took it in a different direction.
Well, feel free to talk about her, too, because I have no problem with that. But go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to get in my impression of Mitch McConnell, if that's possible. But no, I'd just like to talk about Paul. I think one thing that Paul may be missing, back when people came into Ellis Island They didn't get like $3,000 a month on a debit card. They didn't get a free phone, and they didn't have their place where they live paid for. They fill out the paperwork. They open the doors to there's the country, and that's go make a living or die.
That's it.
And that's what they told them.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, healthcare too. Back in those days, you went to the doctor, you paid for it. Not under Joe Biden. Joe Biden said, no, you go to the doctor. We'll pay, the American taxpayer pays for it. It is so much stuff that the taxpayer didn't know about that, and then you throw the Somalian stuff in there. It's like, when does the taxpayer get a break?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's why I made a kind of a joke, but not really. Everyone wants to talk about reparations in this country. When are we going to get reparations for all the money that went to illegals that we shouldn't be spending on illegals, right? I mean, and I don't want the money back. Give it to veterans. Give it to somebody else. I just, if you're going to take money out of my taxes, and I said at the beginning of the show this morning, we work too damn hard to have our money taken from us, into the government, distribution system and then sent out to people who don't deserve it or fraudulently getting it. When do we, good question, Bruce, yes, when do we get a break?
Yeah. And my thing is, how do you decide who gets reparations? How do you decide who pays reparations? And I mean, why should people who've never been a slave get paid by people who have never owned slaves?
Perfect
I don't
question.
think that's fair either.
Not fair. It's not fair. And remember, it's not fair. It's equitable, right? There's difference. Equity and fairness. No, fairness is equality. Wealth redistribution is equity. And that's what they're looking to do, right? So I'm with you. And we deserve a break. Now, I have to say, because you did pique my interest on two things. Number one, what did you want to say about Candace Owens? I'm very curious.
Well, I mean, my thing is, excuse me, like yesterday, you kind of joked around about her, and I'm not saying some of the stuff she doesn't look a little conspiratorial. I don't hardly use that word being from the South, but I'll throw it out there. But my questions, she's gone beyond my questions. I've got like 3 or 4 questions at the crime scene, like, how does someone get shot in the neck with a 30-06 and the head still be on their shoulders? How do you have a cop standing in front of the crime scene and people are taking memory cards out of cameras? Isn't that a crime scene? Shouldn't that have been sealed off? Utah has a law that says any type of gathering like this, it should be an ambulance there. There was no. He had to take their own patient to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And the report. Do you believe that somebody's neck is so strong that it just disintegrated the bullet? I know they're talking about frangible bullets, but it first came out that his neck bones were so strong that it didn't. That's why it didn't cut through his neck and take his head off.
Well, there are different types of.
And one more thing.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead. One more thing. Go ahead.
And didn't they violate HIPAA laws by saying getting all into that detail and nobody signed no doctor signed that report? So I mean, all I'm saying is, Bill Riley says he's a simple man. I'm really a simple man, and I mean those are my simple questions.
Sure, and those aren't bad. Those are not bad questions.
Bring an elk down.
Yeah, well, and then there are different types of ammunition. I believe the soft point bullet, or there's a hollow point bullet, and then there's the full metal jacket. Most are using soft points, and the soft point can be stopped. As a matter of fact, Martin Luther King was shot by a 30-06, and there was no exit wound.
I was talking about in the neck.
No, sure, I know that, but but the spine, the neck. Can absolutely stop a bullet, especially a soft point bullet. If it's not a full metal jacket, it can absolutely be stopped. And I have hunting friends who have, shot at a deer with a 30-06, and there have been no exit wound. The bullet is still there. It's not that it's disintegrated. The bullet is still there. As far as the ambulance goes, I don't think they had the time to wait for an ambulance to show up at UVU. Now, should one have been on scene? Maybe,
Yes,
but
sir.
I don't
That's
think
what
they
I'm
had the
talking
time.
about.
Yeah, I don't think they had the time to wait for that. As far as HIPAA laws go, and disclosing medical reports, I believe. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but I would believe that could be something that's left up to next of kin. Maybe Erica Kirk wanted that information released, and they were allowed to do that. So, look, I'm not saying that we can't ask questions, right? But also when Candace Owens asked the questions, basically questioning whether or not water is still wet, she's no longer asking questions. She's playing a game at that point, stringing people along, and she's losing now. Even some of her most ardent supporters now are like, all right, we're done, because it's old now. It's played out.
Yes, sir. And I get that. But those are my questions. I was like, that man, you can bring down an elk with a 30-06, but his head is still on his shoulders. And I mean, that was my issue. There's been several YouTube
yeah, there's been videos of people shooting at ballistics and saying this is what's going to happen, but that's not the most accurate representation. You have to take into account the angle. Unfortunately, and I don't want to be graphic about this, and thank you for the call, Bruce, appreciate it. If you could see that one of the side shots of when he was shot, that there's like a reverberation down the spine, and an angle of the bullet coming into the neck, downward. Does it curve once it hits the flesh and all that? I don't want to get too graphic about it, but it is not a foolproof science that every time somebody or something is shot with a 30-06, that there's some sort of theatrical explosion or disintegration, or that your head gets blown off. There have been videos that attempt to say something's up here. There have also been videos. Phoenix Ammunition, FENIX on X, on the X platform, has a very in-depth breakdown of how it is absolutely possible for a 30-06 bullet to be stopped by a human body, stopped by a human neck. The talking about the distance, the angle, and all of that. So look, now those types of questions, when somebody like Bruce is genuinely asking them, looking for answers, I have no problem with that. None whatsoever. Okay, as Bruce said, he's a simple man with simple questions. And they are very simple questions. And people who ask those questions in good faith, like Bruce did, he asked them in good faith. There's no monetary gain for Bruce asking that question on the radio this morning. He is asking them because he has them. Okay? I have zero problem with asking the question. Okay? It's when you're asking the question, but you're not actually asking the question, you're making the statement. That's when I have a problem, right? Or you're asking a loaded question like, when did you stop beating your wife? Well, that's not just a question, is it? It's a question, but it's also a statement. It's a question being asked under the assumption that you're beating your wife, right? Because in order to have stopped beating your wife, you have to have started beating your wife at some point. So when did you stop beating your wife? I'm just asking questions. No, you're making a statement. You're asking a loaded question, and you're propping up a narrative. That's not what Bruce did. But that is what Candace Owens has been doing. Bruce is asking these questions because he has these questions and he thinks that, and he wants to ask. That's fine. Curiosity is great. It's when people ask and they start drawing conclusions and connecting dots that don't exist, and then you start wading into the waters of bee cults and underground tunnel people and Egyptian planes and, all sorts of who is in on it, and the Jews and the Mossad, and it was France. Israel and France, and where I get to go, okay. And like I said, this tool online, Evan Kilgore, doesn't like me very much because I called him out months ago, just recently came out yesterday and said, I can't support Candace Owens doing this anymore. Oh! And then he had the nerve to complain, well, you guys are accusing me of being a pedophile and accusing me of taking money. And I'm like, oh, geez. You literally do this. You know how many times I've been accused by people like that of 8-pack? It's just a joke on the show. Greg always, Nick is always like, oh, you're paid by the Jews. Oh, but now it's happening to him. He's like, this is wrong. Oh, okay.
Shoes a little tight on the other foot.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. All right. We will be back to wrap up Hour 3 as we head into the fourth and final hour this morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean and Brennan are with you until 10 o'clock. Give us a call at 855-839-1210. Great calls this morning. Absolutely great calls this morning, and I'll take as many of them as they continue to show up. Thank you so much, and we'll be back to kick off, to wrap up Hour 3, rolling into Hour 4 when we come back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
$8:48 in the morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Happy Tuesday. December 30th, 2025.
Where did the year go?
It went.
It flew.
It flew.
It sprouted wings.
And it flew away.
It flew away.
Like a...
Yep. Just
Flew
like
away.
that.
Just like that.
Just like that, folks.
And I don't know what that looked like. If you're listening on the radio, check it out, youtube.com/1210WPHT. All right, let's move on with what we had prepped. We're talking about the Somali fraud. That's what we started off this morning. And then we took a bunch of calls, which was great. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in. Let's go to this. Okay, Tim Walz is obviously under fire, under scrutiny for the Somali fraud stuff happening in Minnesota. Why? Because Tim Walz is the governor of Minnesota. I believe he took over when he was elected governor with a budget surplus, and now there is a deficit. Interesting. And there's been a lot of money in all this fraud in Minnesota. Now, Tim Walz knew about this fraud, so they say. Says he's been working for years to address the Somali fraud schemes in Minnesota. But if he's been working so hard to address it, then why hasn't it been adequately addressed? Is he afraid of the R word, not the one that Trump used, the RACIST word? I think the problem is what happens, wrongfully obviously, is when you are going to investigate fraud of this nature, and it does involve a minority group, you are afraid of being called a racist. That's what we've seen that happen a bunch of times, and especially back in 2015, 2016, that time frame, 10 years ago, that claim, that accusation had a lot more weight. Right? We've been kind of desensitized to that idea now, which is bad because there are actual victims of racism that people don't take seriously anymore because everybody and their mother is a racist if you disagree with the left. So was it the fear of being branded a racist? Because that was like, getting a permanent black eye as a politician. If you were branded a racist, it almost essentially ended your career. Unless, of course, you're Justin Trudeau in Canada or Ralph Northam in Virginia. You could wear blackface and get away with it. But again, it's parentheses D, different. It's different if you're a Democrat.
For thee,
not for me. All right. Let's play this clip about Tim Walz. Tim Walz knew about the fraud, did nothing, talking about how he worked for it. He worked to address this Somali fraud schemes in Minnesota, the daycare fraud schemes in Minnesota, and didn't really achieve much. Let's roll that clip with of Tim Walz here, Phil.
I think what the president did was elevate it. I do believe, and I will fully own this, we should have been keeping Minnesotans more up to speed on what was happening. We should have been, I think, on a better cadence as you see things that were happening in 2022, as the tools that were given to the administration would get there. So again, after the fact, there was a lot of folks talk about this. I have 7 years of proving this. I just fixed these things. And should we have fixed MNLARS before it got there? Certainly. Certainly we shouldn't have gone through 10 years of trying to get a licensing system. But once we got there, once we figured it out, we fixed it. And I think that's true.
Once we got there, we fixed it. You didn't fix anything. There's been at least $9 billion of fraud, some of what has left the state and wound up in the hands of terrorists. You haven't fixed anything. A spokesperson for Tim Walz's office told Fox News, quote, "The governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight, including launching investigations into these specific facilities, one of which was already closed." Yeah, he's working hard. What is the phrase? You're working hard, or are you hardly working? Because it sounds like you're hardly working. And here's the thing. Here's what Tim Walz, I think, is afraid of. And it's not just unique to Tim Walz. I think this is very prevalent on the left. People who are very resistant, less likely to comment on misdeeds of somebody if that somebody is non-white, because they don't want to be called a racist. And Tim Walz implied that those are the motivations here. When we zoom in and we analyze and we talk about these examples of daycare fraud, welfare fraud, etc., Tim Walz implies that these reports are born out of white supremacy. Let's roll that clip. Walls implying that Nick Shirley, the independent reporter who uncovered this with his assistant out there in Minnesota, is somehow a white supremacist. Let's roll that.
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
So it sounds to me, Nick, that Governor Tim Walz is...
This is what happens when you target communities for their own benefit? Hold on. Nobody is targeting...
What does that even mean?
The Somali community in Minnesota. Nick Shirley is not... Where is Nick Shirley from? I got to find out. Where is Nick Shirley from? Where does Nick Shirley live? Let's see. How old is Nick Shirley? Where is he from? Let me see. I don't know where he lives. Is he American? Does videos from different pieces? I'm wondering if he is a Minnesota resident. Okay? But it's not just to the benefit of Nick Shirley, because this is a major story, and now obviously he has gained hundreds of thousands of followers, rightfully so, because of his work. He's not targeting the Somali community for fun. He's not going to random Somali households in Minnesota and making things up about them and saying nasty things about them and vandalizing their home and creating stories where they don't exist. Nick Shirley investigated fraud. Now, does he benefit from that work? Yes. Just like anybody benefits from work they do for their employer. He is self-employed. But he's not just doing this for his own benefit. And the Minnesota resident who did the research, that older gentleman who was with Nick Shirley throughout that 42-minute expose, that man's not doing it just for his personal benefit. This is fraud. It is illegal. They're stealing money. It is to the benefit of the American taxpayer if something like that is shut down. It's not white supremacy to say that crimes are being committed. Nobody's targeting these people because they're Somali. They're being targeted because they're breaking the law. There have been 60 convictions already. And the majority of the convictions connected to these schemes have been Somali. They weren't convicted because they were Somali. They were convicted because there was enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were guilty of what they were accused of doing. How many times do I have to hear from the left? Due process. They got their due process and they were convicted in a court of law. But that right there, Tim Walz, this is what happens when white supremacy and people target groups of color for their own benefit. That's what Tim Walz was afraid of. Tim Walz was afraid that those talking points were going to be said about him, so he ignored it. We worked on it. We tried to do it. He ignored it. And now that somebody else is making him look bad for ignoring it, he's using the same talking points that he was essentially threatened with against Nick Shirley, because that's all he's got. Billions of dollars stolen from the American and the Minnesota taxpayer. Everybody's a victim of this crime. Everybody who pays taxes is a victim of this crime. And they're not looking at it because these people are Somali. They're looking at it because we're being stolen from. And that is wrong. And there need to be consequences. All right, we're going to kick off the fourth and final hour here on this Tuesday. In just a few minutes, Sean Farish and Brendan Farish here with you till 10 o'clock, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And we'll be back with the fourth and final hour here on 1210 WPHT right after this.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive, the Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends Marvin E. Can's Heating and Air Conditioning and the all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split that Marvin E. Can's installed in our lower level office. This ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, oh, what a game changer. Larry and I spend so much time in our lower level office, and this Mitsubishi Electric ductless unit is keeping us so nice and toasty in this winter weather. Visit my guys, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. This holiday season, share the love of driving excellence at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. With exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. And I just saw on social media that our guy Michael Steinberg from the sales department who manages our Piazza partnership just got a gorgeous new Mercedes-Benz in Westchester. So discover your Mercedes-Benz today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.904 on this Tuesday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. December the 30th. Could you believe it?
No, I can't.
Could you believe it?
No.
We're 2 days away from a big, beautiful new year. Could you believe it? I can't believe it. It's hard to believe.
It's been a good year.
It's hard to believe. If you're watching on YouTube, now you see what we're doing. We have the props. We've got a beautiful table full of props. Well done. Well done. All right. Fourth and final hour here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farich and Brennan. Brennan's here.
I am.
She's filling in with
Hello.
me.
I am.
Together.
It's me.
We're rocking and
Hi.
rolling. She made her radio debut. Now she can't get enough. It's great.
It's big fun.
She's doing a great job.
I highly recommend.
She's doing a tremendous job. 10 out of 10. Tremendous job. The ratings are through the roof, I could say that. All right, let's get to a little bit more of this Somali fraud. You know, we played Tim Walz. I was trying. I'm a little knucklehead.
Ugh.
Remember Tim Walz? I'm a knucklehead.
It's so annoying.
Stupid. You know, I'm happy people are driving by his house and shouting nasty R word out the window.
I saw Santa Claus did that too.
Santa Claus?
I saw a picture online.
Santa Claus went by Tim Walz's house and called him the R word? Okay. Yeah. And instead of being called one R word racist, he's being called the other R word. So,
Right.
you know, hey, you know, look, was there a worse choice for Kamala? What was she thinking? What was she thinking when she picked this guy to be vice president?
She can't.
Well, she said, like later in the campaign, that she was sleep deprived when she made that that decision.
How embarrassing.
Tim Walz, I'm a knucklehead. Stupid guy. And the nerve that he and people around him called J.D. Vance weird. The guy couldn't stop kicking his leg. Remember that? Remember the hands?
Oh, yeah. He was the wacky waving
inflatable tube guy.
Yeah.
Used cars on the corner of South. Oh, my gosh. So stupid. So stupid. You know, and everyone says, well, why wasn't it Josh Shapiro? Well, too Jewish. Can't do that. You know, Pennsylvania, you guys, the left wouldn't have been cool with a Jew. You know, the whole free Palestine. Oh my God.
Which I find interesting because aren't a lot of Jewish people Democrats?
Yeah.
anyways?
For some reason they vote. They're like secular Jews, so
Yeah.
they don't lean as head. They're like ethnic Jews, not necessarily. The Orthodox religious Jews, you would think would not, but they may be politically homeless now since both sides of the aisle are now. Well, there's more so on the left than the right, but there's a
Right.
growing, you know, obviously
The
issue
woke
on the right.
right.
The woke right, who apparently now everything is the Jews' fault. You know, I asked somebody this on X. And he was like, "How come you think it's wrong to criticize Israel?" I said, "I don't think it's wrong to criticize Israel. I think it's wrong to blame everything that inconveniences you on Israel. That's the problem. Anybody can be criticized. Hey, I don't like the amount of money that we send to Israel. I don't like foreign aid, period. I don't like it. You know, Trump and Netanyahu met yesterday, and I feel like every time Bibi and Trump speak, he's always trying to, you know, hey, can I go to war here? Stop going. I understand. Look, Israel needs to defend itself. They have the right to defend themselves. They have no friends in the region. I get it. You know, I just feel like Bibi's a little too war happy for my liking. Fine, whatever. But I don't hate the Jews because of it. You know, there are people, you can criticize any country you want. I have no problem with that. Nobody's immune to
Everyone's
criticism.
fair game.
Everyone's fair game. But it's when you blame every inconvenience on the Jews that is when you become crazy. There's no other way to describe it. There's no way that a group of people like that is what makes up like 0.2% of the world's population is responsible for everything that you have an issue with. There's no way. I'm sitting in traffic, must be the Mossad.
Especially when most of them just are normal people.
Goodness gracious. It's out of control. It's out of control. Anyway, I wasn't going to do the Jew thing. Here we go. Tim Walz, they talked about, you know, he's always a knucklehead. Always a knucklehead. When he went to Tiananmen Square or whatever, and you know, he said weapons of war and stolen valor, all that. Tim Walz, despite claiming that he worked so hard to fight the daycare fraud, actually on the debate stage last year with J.D. Vance, and by the way, was that not a bloodbath? The vice presidential debate between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz.
Oh yeah, that was a good time.
That was when we got the Vance glance, where he was just like,
oh yeah, the side eye.
because Tim Walz is out there being a knucklehead. Oh, I'm a knucklehead. And Vance was like, really?
Get a load of this guy.
Get a load of this guy. Right? Little knucklehead. Here's Tim Walz. This is from one of my favorite accounts on X, Mazemore, Mazemoore. This guy finds the best clips. He puts the best clips together. I don't know if this is a full-blown, one of his full-blown edits that he always puts together, but I found this on his page, so hat tip to Mazemore. From the vice presidential debate, all right, talking about how proud he is that Minnesota has such a robust daycare system. Play this.
We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
I'm a knucklehead. I can't stop saying that now. I was a knucklehead. Oh, I said what I said. I'm a knucklehead. Oh, stupid goober. All right. That's an insult to goobers.
Goober.
Quote, we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into the childcare business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, Walt said on stage as he proposed a federal paid family medical leave program. Yeah, it's so easy in Minnesota. You may not even have any kids going to the daycare center at all. He was also posting on X in October of 2023. Minnesota's economy doesn't work without child care providers. Really? Okay. Doesn't work very well with them either, considering a lot of them are committing fraud here. So we're giving them a raise. We are providing $316 million in direct funding to boost pay for child care providers, all while building a stronger child care system for middle-class families. Okay. I'm a knucklehead. I'm just a knucklehead. Such a dumb guy.
He must have gone to the Leering Center also.
He definitely went to the Leering Center. And next segment, I'm going to show you someone else who went to the Leering Center. Mara Gay.
Oh,
gay. Mara Gay. So we're coming up. So, he brags about all this funding. It's so funny. Years ago, bragging about all this funding, hundreds of millions of dollars going into the child care system in Minnesota. What a great thing. What a great thing. Until we find out that the Leering Center is stealing. I
can't get over the name.
Is stealing all of the, not all of it, but stealing millions of dollars. This just in. Candace Owens is announcing that as a part of her next grift, she's opening a child care center in Minnesota.
You know what?
There you go.
Get me in on that with Candace.
There you go. I want in on that business too. Anybody want to go in on that business with me? We can have our own
common ground there.
We can have our own Leering Center.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Now, again, I'm not saying that every child care facility, every child care business, every, Somali family is committing fraud in Minnesota. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not painting with that broad brush, okay? However, the facts of the case are as follows.
Tell me.
You have had 80 plus charges or prosecutions, 80 plus cases, and 60 or so convictions, and like 57 out of the 60 are Somalis. So when the overwhelming majority of convictions in this case are of an ethnic group, it is not racist to point that out. It would be, I would say, probably wrong to say, hey, all of these Somalis mean every Somali is a fraudster. That's not true. But then you have people on the other side being like, oh yeah? So what if the Somalis committed fraud? They're great and we need them in the state. Oh, okay. Well, here's a Minnesota state senator saying that the Somalis are so essential to Minnesota that there actually wouldn't even be a state of Minnesota. It wouldn't exist. Minnesota as a state would not survive without the Somali community. Let's play this clip.
State Senator Zaida Mohammed says these attacks won't stop with Somalis and their contributions can't easily be erased.
We are in every industry, and Minnesota would not be able to survive nor thrive without the Somali community here.
Minnesota would not be able to survive or thrive without the Somali community. When did Minnesota start accepting, spell it properly, accepting Somali refugees? Let's see when the first ones came into the state. I feel like it was the early 2000s. Let's see. Anybody know? When did Minnesota, I have a feeling they weren't accepting Somali refugees right off the onset. Okay, Minnesota began receiving Somali refugees in the early 1990s after the collapse of Somalia's central government and the outbreak of civil war there. The United States began issuing visas to Somali refugees around 1992. And soon after, Somalis started arriving in Minnesota in significant numbers in 1992 and 1993. Okay, when did Minnesota become a state? When did Minnesota achieve statehood? I don't know.
I don't know.
Let's see. Minnesota became a state on May 11th, 1858. Holy moly. How did they make it 140 years without Somali refugees? Another stupid person, right? Another very stupid person. Okay, so Minnesota became a state May 11th, 1858. Minnesota started accepting Somali refugees in let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say 1991. Okay? 1991. 1991 minus 1858. That is 133 years Minnesota was able to survive and thrive without Somali refugees.
Look at that.
But the state senator said, no, there's no way it could even, there's no way that the state could even survive without the Somali community. Well, it did for 133 years. Now, I'm not saying that the reason why Minnesota is struggling is purely because of these Somali refugees. But I'm going to say that when $9 billion of taxpayer funds have been stolen, that they're definitely not helping the state thrive. No. They are hurting the state. Okay, that's like saying that's like saying I need intestinal parasites to live a healthy life because it's helping me eat all the food. I need fleas. I need ticks. I need head lice. I definitely need intestinal worms and other sorts of things that live off of me in order for me to be healthy.
That's okay. You have me and I go shopping a lot.
That is what this woman is saying. We need net negatives in order for the state to survive.
Right.
When you have 80% of Somali households, again, these are just stats. I'm not the reason why there are stats. When you have 80%, upwards of 80% of Somali households with children in Minnesota that are on one or more forms of welfare, that is a net negative. They are taking more than they are providing. And there is no case to be made to say that the group that takes more than it provides is essential for the state's survival.
I'm not sure what they're actually providing. They're not actually providing daycare.
Food?
To who?
I don't know. But apparently there were these restaurants, right? We talked about them yesterday, that are connected to grocery stores, and they're supplying the restaurants by going shopping at the grocery stores with EBT.
But only for the Somalians, though, right? Aren't those like the Somali restaurants? That's probably mostly just Somalis.
Yeah. But according to that state senator, the state wouldn't survive without them. And apparently the state didn't survive without them for 133 years. Very interesting. It's very interesting the way these people think. All right, when we get back from this break, I have a couple of clips from Mara Gay. If that name sounds familiar, yes, this is somebody who I believe got her degree at the Leering Center in Minnesota. Because the math and the thought process that this woman does, it's going to be very interesting. So we are going to dunk right on Mara Gay when we come back from this break, as we will hit the halfway point in the fourth and final hour this morning. So it's Sean and Brennan filling in here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839 if you want to jump in. We dunk on Mara Gay next. We are back after this.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With holiday chaos around every corner, the minute you step into your BMW, you're in control. The BMW X3's adventure-ready agility is built for wherever the holidays take you. The effortless power of the X5 makes it easy to take on the season, and the iconic 3 Series is an exhilarating escape. The BMW Road Home sales event on now. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$9:23 on this fourth and final hour of this Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. A couple days left of this year. It's almost time for everybody.
Today and tomorrow, right?
It's almost It's almost time for everybody to do that silly thing. See you next year, well, knucklehead. And then, what is the acceptable time to say Happy New Year to people? Is it the month of January?
Right now.
No, but I'm saying like after the New Year.
For the first couple days.
Do you
maybe.
say it like into the month of February? Do you see people?
New Year.
Merry New Year! It's Happy New Year. Thank you for correcting my English, which stinks.
We got to call your dad on New Year's Day and say that to him.
Yes. Yeah, we definitely will.
He's probably listening. So.
Merry New Year! Well, they
Merry
love
New
Trading
Year.
Places.
One of
My
the
parents
greatest
love
movies ever made.
He really is one of the best. Thank you for correcting my English, which stinks. You know, Dan Aykroyd, we said this last week, Dan Aykroyd does a better Jamaican accent than Kamala Harris. I certainly hope there's enough spears on the train for me. Have you no empathy, man?
Yeah, hers was cheap.
Bad.
Real bad.
And why is she doing it to Stephen Colbert? He's not Jamaican.
I don't know.
You know, when she did the Spanish accent on Univision, I kind of get it, you know? Is your family okay? Is your house okay? Are you doing okay?
Okay.
Kamala Harris. You know, when she's out in front of an HBCU, to my brothers and sisters, you know, she's joy cometh in the morning. I get it. But why are you doing a Jamaican accent to Stephen Colbert?
That's a real good question.
They say like it's code switching. Where was the Jamaican that she was switching to? Like, usually it's the group of people that you are in front of that you try to sound more like.
Yeah, you mirror.
Yeah, like Hillary Clinton when she did like different accents. But like Kamala Harris, does she think that Stephen Colbert is Jamaican? I don't know.
Maybe is he in Jamaica, Queens?
I don't think so.
Okay, because maybe she just got.
But
confused.
they don't speak like that in Jamaica, Queens either.
I didn't know that was a place.
Jamaica, Queens.
Yeah, Kevin one time said he was coming back from Jamaica. And
She
I was
thinks he's
like,
coming from another
"Where
country."
the heck are you coming from?
There you go.
Because I don't remember you not being here.
Yeah.
That
Have
was-
you no empathy, man?
No.
Have you no empathy? We Irie, man. We Irie, man. All right. I told you I wanted to dunk on this very stupid person by the name of Mara Gay.
Uh-huh.
And I told you why I think Tim Walz ignored the fraud or kind of looked the other way or didn't put enough effort into actually addressing it. Right? Because he didn't want to be called a racist.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same reason why so many people on the left, and by the way, on the right also, the right is less apprehensive of doing this now because the term racist doesn't mean as much, isn't as damaging as it used to be. It used to be one of those things. If you're accusing someone of being a racist, that's pretty serious. You must have the proof. Now it's just like, you're a racist. Right. And what's your proof? I don't know. I just disagree with you, so you're a racist.
Yeah, I don't like what you're saying.
I don't like what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that doesn't make me a racist. That just, means there's a difference of opinion. Well, you must have that difference of opinion because you're motivated by race. No, I have a difference of opinion because I just do. Mara Gay played the race card on the Somali fraud being exposed. This is the same person who could not do math, easy math, and the same woman who was triggered by the American flag. It's a symbol of white supremacy.
Well, I can't say anything about the math part because
No, I
math's
think
hard.
but the funny part is when you go on national television, major news network, and you make this level of mistake,
right?
Because it's always about with the left. The millionaires and the billionaires have to pay their fair share. Bernie, what is their fair share? I don't know, but their fair share is a share that's fair so we can all have health care. And fight the oligarchy from 30,000 feet in the air. From over here and over there.
There's no way he's a real person.
He's a real person. I call him the cranky commie, right? He's a cranky communist.
He's real cranky.
He's a cranky, crusty communist. Let's get to this. Here's Mara Gay playing the race card. So the Somali fraud, their group is being scapegoated, don't you understand? It's not their fault that they're Somali. They just happen to be Somali. Stop pointing fingers at Somalis, even though the Somalis are committing fraud. Let's roll this clip from Mara Gay. Do we have that first clip from Mara Gay about scapegoating Somalis?
So absolutely, it should be investigated.
Very cool.
The question is, why is this a priority in a different kind of way? The politicization of the DOJ and the FBI is undeniable. So whether they are reliable narrators is the big question. And this is what happens when you weaponize and politicize federal agencies that are not meant to be, politicized. And I think the American people are right to ask the question, well, can we trust you? And that's a sad thing to say as an American. Let's recall, too, that there's also other scandals in other states. For example, the Mississippi welfare scandal. And this is not unique to politics. Americans know that. But, of course, the other factor here is that because it looks like the Somali population in Minnesota, the Somali immigrant population may have been involved in some way, those people are being scapegoated, and that community is being scapegoated in a way that certainly serves the far right. And so that's also something to keep an eye on, and that's inappropriate, absolutely.
You see, don't you understand? The Somali community was just involved in some way. Go back. You're watching on YouTube. You can If you're listening, you can rewind, go back to the beginning of the show. I think it was the second segment. We played this video from 2015 of Somali families going to one of these fraudulent daycare centers, bringing their child in, signing them in, leaving 5 minutes later, but the daycare center billed for a full day. They billed the state for a full day, even though they never performed the service. That's not Somalis being involved in some way. That is a Somali family visiting a Somali daycare center. Everybody, they were getting kickbacks. That's not them being involved in some way. That is a fraud ring. That is a conspiracy. That is a racket. Okay? Now, I'm not here telling you that every single person in the United States of Somali descent is a fraudster. She's saying that's what we're saying. That's not what we're saying. We're pointing out that there was massive fraud in Minnesota. Not just on the daycare front, by the way. There was money stolen from autism research. There was money stolen from food pantries and places feeding our future. You ever see McDonald's, the sign? 10 billion meals served. Feeding our future. 0 meals served. Goose egg. I see you right there. Look at that. You can see my eye. Right through there. 0.
A little scary.
0 children fed. Daycare. You got these daycare centers. No kids enrolled. Licensed for 99 children. Getting millions of dollars. No kids are there. So it's not just that the Somalis are involved in, quote unquote, some way. They're involved in more than just some way. They're more than just passengers. Okay? Many of them are driving the scandal.
I am the captain.
I am the captain. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Think about it. I'm the captain now.
Perfect in this situation.
The new meme is, look at me. I run daycare now.
Oh, that's funny.
That's great.
I haven't seen that.
That's a good one. But Mara Gay is not somebody who is in any way, shape, or form intelligent. Here is Mara Gay, who clearly is a graduate of the Leering Center, doing probably one of the most embarrassing math jobs in the history of math jobs on television. Remember, the left loves to do the billionaires, the millionaires, the fair shares, and the health cares.
That's good.
I love Bernie Sanders, Dr. Sue. I will not eat green eggs and ham. I will not eat them, Sam, I am. I will not eat them over there or with a bunch of billionaires.
Where is he from? What is
Vermont.
that? Oh,
No. He's Brooklyn, I think.
Oh, is he?
He's like a Jewish. He's got I think he grew up in New York.
Oh, maybe he is where all the bad Jew things come from.
Maybe. In that case, maybe he's warranted. I'm just kidding. I will not eat them with billionaires. I will not eat them if they don't pay their fair shares for health care. Bernie Sanders. It's a lot of fun. Mara Gay saying that if Michael Bloomberg, because he's worth a lot of money, remember in the 2020 primary cycle, Michael Bloomberg said he was running for president. He was basically there to take out Bernie Sanders. But Mara Gay is essentially saying that if Michael Bloomberg would just give his money to the American people, we'd all have millions of dollars, except that's not how this math works. Let's roll this clip. Mara Gay is bad at math. It's true. Everyone could have gotten $1 million. Okay. 500 million. Let's do the math, shall we? 500 million divided by 330 million. That's how many Americans there are. I think it was 327. We'll round up. Everyone could get $1 million.
Let's see.
No. Everybody would get $1.51.
She was a little off.
Just a little bit.
Just a little off. Good try.
Just a little bit off.
Good try.
That deserves a Tucker Carlson. That's how bad that is. Oh, and they put the tweet on the screen. And you're like, this is astounding. And then Mara Gay comes on and yeah, it's true. There's too much money in politics. Everyone can have $1 million in lunch money. $1.51.
That won't even buy you
Actually,
a
you know
candy
what?
bar anymore.
$1.52 if we're going to round up.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't want to shortchange anybody.
That's true.
$1. It's actually $1.51, 51, 51, 51, 5150. Somebody called a po. That woman's crazy. Mara Gay. Definitely exhibiting the skills that she obtained at the Leering Center. For sure. Finally, and this is outstanding. Mara Gay took a trip to Long Island.
Oh. Okay.
Back in 2021.
Okay.
And she was triggered by the American flag.
Oh.
Let's play that, and then we'll show you how this all ties together, and we put a nice little bow
I love
on this
nice little
story.
bows.
Let's play Mara Gay. She's talking about the horrifying experience of seeing American flags on Long Island. Play it.
I think this is another area where Democrats really need to get serious about talking about what this threat is. I think you said it really well, Joe, a minute ago, where you talked about the need to stop being surprised by all of this and start taking it seriously. You know, it's really concerning to me that the Democrats haven't just gone ahead at this point and said we're doing this on our own in terms of getting a commission together to explain to the American people how we allowed the insurrection to take place in the Capitol. I think that really needs to move forward swiftly. You know, the reality is here that we have a large percentage of the American population. I don't know how big it is, but we have tens of millions of Trump voters who continue to believe that their rights as citizens are under threat by simple virtue of having to share the democracy with others. I think as long as they see Americanness as the same as one with whiteness, this is going to continue. We have to figure out how to get every American a place at the table in this democracy, but how to separate Americanness, America, from whiteness. Until we can confront that and talk about that, this is really going to continue. I was on Long Island this weekend visiting a really dear friend, and I was really disturbed. I saw, dozens and dozens of pickup trucks with, explicatives against Joe Biden on the back of them, Trump flags, and some cases just dozens of American flags, which, is also just disturbing because essentially the message was clear. It was, this is my country. This is not your country. I own this. And so until we're ready to have that conversation, this is going to continue. What really is concerning to me as well is it's not just Democrats in Congress. I think there's a large percentage of Americans, even some of my colleagues.
That's all right. We can cut her off here. Mara Gay was on Long Island in 2021, and she saw a bunch of pickup trucks with American flags and Trump flags. Gee, I wonder who would have done a thing like that on Long Island in 2021.
I can think of someone.
Yeah, that was us. It's the loud majority. That was us.
That's so funny.
We triggered Mara Gay, and she wrote an op-ed about it and complained about it. I was sitting there going, yeah. So for those of you who don't know, I started a grassroots organization on Long Island called the Loud Majority, and we used to do these long caravans with Trump flags and American flags and all that. And apparently Mara Gay saw that and was disturbed. I was taken aback. Okay.
They're saying this is our country.
They're saying this is our country.
Duh.
Duh. I mean,
it's kind of like
you know,
what you like.
This land is my land. This land is your land.
Does she know what a country is?
She has no idea. She doesn't know how to do math.
No, poor thing.
Apparently, Michael Bloomberg can give us all $1 million. So just to go back on that Bloomberg, so the 330 million times 1 million would be, that's a lot of commas. Million, billion, trillion, 330 quadrillion dollars.
That sounds like a fake number. Goodness.
That's a little bit of the that's a little bit of the Leering Center math there from Mara Gay. I just found that funny. That's the type of woman who wants to say now the Somali community is involved in a certain way in the daycare fraud, even though I think upwards of 90% of the convictions in the cases have been people of Somali descent. And we have videos of the Somali parents and Somali families patronizing and playing their role in the fraud scandal in Minnesota. That's Mara Gay. And I will forever know that if we accomplish nothing more in life, I made her mad.
That's true. That's true.
And I made her so mad that she whined about it on MSNBC in front of Mika Brzezinski.
I bet it made her cry.
It probably made her cry. I can't believe all these flags. You see that? Stupid Star-Spangled Banner. 50 stars, 13 stripes, white supremacists.
Stomps off angry like our cat.
Stomps off angry like Betty. I'll show them. I'm going to go on MSNBC and whine about it, and then I'm going to write an op-ed in the Washington Post. You know what we did when that happened? We celebrated. We said,
it's good
hey,
advertisement, really.
We said, hey, we made Mara Gay mad. Want to make her mad again next weekend? Come on out. We're doing another rally. Apparently, we also got Joy Behar mad once, too, when we drove through the Hamptons. She was stuck in that traffic.
You know, she's one person that just doesn't suit her name.
No, she's definitely not
She's joyless.
She is joyless.
Like Karen Bass, perfect.
Yeah. Karen.
And
Bass.
Bass.
Right. She looks like a big mouth Billy Bass.
That's
Put me in the water. All right. So that was it. We had to have a little bit of fun at the expense of Mara Gay. And I look, we had fun back in 2021. That clip for me is never going to get old.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one. Brendan's listening to that. She's like, wait a minute. She was on Long Island. Pickup trucks, Trump flags. Was that you? I was like, yeah. Yeah.
I was putting it all together in
It was
real
me.
time.
It was me. Like when he farts in the elevator. It was me. It was me. Mara Gay. Thank you.
Sean farted.
Thank you. No, I had the flags. It was not a... There we go. All right. This is going off the rails. Let's get to... Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We got Phil Almquist, This Day in Music History. We'll wrap up the fourth and final hour and another edition here, this Tuesday, December 30th edition of Kayal and Company here on 1210 WPHT. Hamas's writings, their internal writings have been released. The United States took out another drug boat yesterday. We'll have a ton of that, plus This Day in Music History with the great Phil Almquist when we return on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Applejack guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$9:45 here on this Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. Couple days left of this year, and then we'll see you next year. Oh, knucklehead. We'll be back. I can't wait to get into 2026. Midterm year is, the midterms are upon us. The midterms are upon us. Sean and Brennan taking you up until 10 o'clock here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, where we will hand it off. We will hand control of the ship to the great Kathy Barnett. Well, she will say, I am the captain now, and not be defrauding you out of taxpayer dollars while saying that. It's great. Kathy Barnett coming up, filling in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Show. Phil Almquist will be coming up with This Day in Music History in just a few minutes. Yesterday, the United States took out another one of those drug boats. I love when they do this.
Because they're just fishermen.
They're just fishermen. What would you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Right?
Yeah.
Way hey and up she rises. Way hey and up she rises. I don't know. I think the whole idea of maybe doing some sea shanties of as your favorite president might be a good idea. Soon may the Wellerman come. I got along very well with the Wellerman.
I love a sea shanty.
To bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tugging is done, we'll take our leave and go.
They're just so catchy.
Yeah, they are. Santillana.
That's my favorite part.
Santillana. It's a tremendous ship, a tremendous boat. Napoleon of the West, they say, along the plains of Mexico. Got along very well with Santillana. We took out another drug boat yesterday. The United States did. Pete Hegseth, Department of War, Donald Trump authorizing it. And I know there's people, Rand Paul's probably asking, haven't you read To Kill a Mockingbird? Quiet. I want to make sure, and I like Rand Paul. I have for a while. He's been annoying this term, but I agree with a lot of what he has to say. And I got to say, I probably don't get as involved in politics had it not been for one of Rand Paul's books, Taking a Stand. I read that book in the 2016 election cycle. I thought it was very enlightening. He's not perfect. He's a politician. We don't worship politicians, but I thought it was very enlightening. I also probably don't get involved if it's not for the extremely motivating podcast of Dan Bongino. But, he's got a problem with the drug boat thing and acts of war require Congress and all that. And there's a case to be made, a discussion to be had. But with every drug boat that is eliminated, you save about 25,000 American lives. Wow. Okay. Let's do this. Let's ask this question. We'll spit this into AI. We'll see what it's. How many Americans died of drug overdoses in 2025? Let's see. How many Americans died of drug overdoses in 2025? Let's get the most recent number. 2025. The most recent provisional CDC data, and this is just through April of 2025. So this is April of 24 to April of 25. 76,500 overdose deaths in the 12-month period ending April 30th, 2025. That is roughly 210 deaths per day due to drug overdoses. That's not just fentanyl. That's drug overdoses. Overdose deaths peaked around 2022 to 2023 with over 110,000 deaths. 110,000. In 2024, provisional estimates showed a significant decline to about 80,000 deaths. 27% drop from 2023. Early 2025 provisional data suggests continued elevated but lower counts compared with the peak years, consistent with recent downward trends. I have a feeling that calendar year or that 2026, we're going to see a very sharp decline because of, and look, you're never going to stop overdoses from happening to everybody. Let me ask this. Let me ask if drug overdoses, does this include overdoses from alcohol? Because alcohol's a drug, but is it an illicit drug? Let me see if these numbers include alcohol overdoses or not. Because, you could overdose you could drink too much alcohol, you could die. Mm-hmm. It's just happening. Let's see what this spits out. No, the CDC's official drug overdose death statistics, like the numbers that we gave you, that 76,500, does not include deaths caused by alcohol alone. such as alcohol poisonings or other alcohol-related causes. They are counted separately. So before anybody wants to, because what they'll do, what a lot of people do with gun violence, right? They'll lump in like gang violence with mass shootings, and so that's why it looks like there's so many quote-unquote mass shootings in the United States, because a lot of it is gang-related. They also used to play with the numbers by saying children. The number one cause of death for children is gun violence, but they were counting 18-year-olds. 18-year-olds are not children, but they counted them so they can print out that talking point. These drug overdose deaths do not include alcohol. Okay? So this is other drugs. And for every drug boat that we destroy in the Caribbean, it's been estimated that we're saving about 25,000 American lives. And I think that's just from the overdose. That's not counting the amount of lives that are ruined by non-lethal, consistent use of drugs as well. You know, did you see that Tyler Chase? Did you see the story about that old Nickelodeon child star? They found this dude homeless.
He was on Ned's Declassified.
Yeah, he was on. They found him homeless in the street, and they're
I've
trying
been
to get
following
him.
that.
They're trying to get him help. That's somebody who hasn't overdosed and died, but his life is in ruins because of drugs. So I fully support this action against these drug boats, and every time we see one, I like to celebrate it by singing, boom, here comes the boom, ready or not. Yeah, POD, a nice little POD. All right, speaking of music, pretty good music, by the way. POD wasn't bad. Let's go to Phil Almquist with This Day in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 30th, we celebrate the birthdays of Jeff Lynne from ELO, who's 78, Clive Bunker from Jethro Tull, who's 79, and Patti Smith, who's also 79. Heavenly birthday shouts to Davy Jones, as well as Michael Nesmith from the Monkees, and Bo Diddley. We also lost Alto Reed from Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band on this day in 2020. Sing the Coon Evil Ways by Santana in 69, and I Can't Dance by Genesis in 91. Also in 2002, Joe Strummer's funeral took place. In 67, the Beatles were atop the singles chart with Hello Goodbye. In 78, Emerson, Lake and Palmer announced their breakup. In 68, Frank Sinatra recorded My Way. And in 42, he performed as a solo act for the very first time. But lastly, on this day in 78, Iron Maiden held their very first recording session because no one else wanted studio time over New Year's Eve weekend. And for the record, December 30th, 1978 was a Saturday. For Kayal & Company, I'm Bill Almquist.
Thank you, Phil. And for everybody, you know, the significance of that being a Saturday is because one of the best, if not the best damn music show, period, runs on 1210 WPHT on Saturday nights. Isn't that right, Phil?
That is absolutely, positively correct. 11 to 1 every Saturday night.
11 to 1.
That's why my nickname over here is 8-Chair.
8-Chair, there you go.
Whether I have it or not, it's irrelevant. You know, that's my nickname, and I'm going to stick with it.
We love the nickname. We love it. It's a tremendous nickname.
It's pretty good. I can't complain.
I got along very well with some of these musicians, too, by the way. Iron Maiden, great people. Tremendous people.
Yeah, tremendous people. A 2026 tour. Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait.
They're still touring, huh?
Yep.
My gosh.
Megadeth, Anthrax, and
Phil, what is
Maiden.
it with these bands that do farewell tours but then don't say farewell?
Well, that's a big thing is because you remember the Who, they had their first farewell tour in 82. So they had their last tour this year. So, you know, I discount every time anyone says farewell tour. I mean, look at Motley Crue a decade ago when they blew up their contract and blah, 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 the whole 9 yards. You know, they're still touring.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Well, Brennan and I last year, actually, we didn't realize this was a farewell tour, but we went to a concert out here in Tennessee. It was Train, you know, to Hey Soul Sister. We got along very well with the Drops of Jupiter. But REO Speedwagon opened for them, and it wound up being one of the last shows that they did, allegedly. They're not touring right now.
They were fantastic.
They were so good. I cannot believe the energy that lead singer Cronin, I think is his name. He's
I mean, Kevin still tours, just not with REO. Yeah, just not with REO Speedwagon yet.
But they were together. The whole band was together. We saw them, and they were so good. Yeah. They're better than Train.
They were better than
Train. It was so good. So they don't, as they say, they don't make them like they used to, right? They don't make these musicians like they used to. I feel like all this music is kind of like it's homogenized now. Everything's kind of even country music is turning into like pop with a southern accent.
You know, it's not homogenized. 11 to 1 every Saturday night on PHT.
That's right. Phil Almquist, not homogenized, 11 to 1 every Saturday on 1210 WPHT. All right, Kathy Barnett is waiting in the wings. She's the captain now. She'll be joining and taking over at 10 o'clock Eastern time here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, filling in for the Dawn Show. Do we have the great Kathy Barnett waiting on standby? Is she here?
Hello, my friend. How are you?
There she is. What's going on, Kathy? What's on tap for your show this morning?
Oh, my goodness. I have Joe Penland, Joe from Texas. He's going to be on. And then I have Carrie Lake, the unflappable Carrie Lake.
Nice.
Is going to be calling in, and we're going to be digging into it. I mean, this is huge. When you think about if they are allowed to get away from this, they stole our elections. They're stealing our money. And and now it's in our face. And if we allow them to get away with this, it's a wrap. These people can get away with anything. I think the voting base would just be hands up in the air. It will be done with. I can't see a way past if we just allow them to get away with this.
I can't disagree. And I it's like, Phil and I are Jet fans, right? So we throw our hands up in the air and walk out of the stadium at halftime. But we don't want that to happen with our voting base, because then the left takes power, and they take power without resistance.
It's a wrap.
So it's a wrap. So you're right. We need consequences. We know what's going on. Not just the reporting from Nick Shirley, but I mean, this goes back in Minnesota to 2015. I'm sure it's not just limited to Minnesota. I'm sure it's happening. Some level of this is happening in all 50 states. And unless there are consequences for the law breaking, laws only matter if they're enforced. One of my favorite things to say, Kathy, I could tell you truthfully and honestly, if there were no criminal penalties for not paying my taxes, I wouldn't pay them.
How about that?
That's it.
Like, we should all take a double look at paying our taxes. It's right around. It's right around the corner. I don't know. Can they get all of us? I don't know.
I don't know.
This is crazy.
Here we are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT organizing a tax revolt. Huh? How about that? Let's throw some tea into the harbor, Kathy.
I know.
Always a pleasure handing it off to you. I hope you have a great show. And that'll do it for us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean and Brennan signing off. I'm back tomorrow morning with Matt Rooney. And to quote the great Greg Stocker, we start at 6 a.m. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Happy New Year.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S.